Hey, welcome. Good evening, good night, good morning, depending on where you are in the world. I have just knocked my camera over. I have just bought some new gouache, and I thought that it would be nice for us to explore it together. I haven't unboxed it. I've literally just just received it. Before I get into that, because I always forget to mention the housekeeping things, if you enjoy the video, don't forget to like it and to share. By all means, if you want to just have me on in the background and listen, you can. But if you want to chat along with me and with other people in the chat, I highly recommend it. I think it's one of the best parts of the live streams, if I'm being completely honest. Hey, Ali and Kim and Christine, no worries, Durwood, and Sequoia, CSI, Wildflowers, Ifat, April, Joyce, Linda. Basically, welcome everyone. If you have any questions, by all means, please feel free to ask. I normally just recommend that you put like question in caps so that I can see it, especially if the chat is moving quite quickly. And if I miss it, just feel free to ask again. I don't ignore people. So if I see your comment, I will try my hardest to reply. It's just a lot of multitasking, so extend me some grace, pretty please. That's the main thing. Obviously everyone is welcome. I know that there's a lot going on at the moment, and I don't know, things feel heavy, the world feels heavy, and what helps me in situations like that is trying to turn to art and to focus on the positives as much as I can. Obviously still act, but basically this is a safe space. Bring out your art supplies, use it as the distraction that you needed today if need be. Oh my gosh, it's freezing cold, minus 17 degrees. I can't even imagine. I keep complaining it's cold and it's maybe like, I don't know, 1 degree here, but that's as cold as I can manage pretty much. What else? I do have an art membership. I tend to get a lot of questions about it, and I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm very good at explaining it. Other times I feel like I need a little bit of help explaining it. So if you do have any questions, by all means, please feel free to ask. The best way that I would describe it is that it is a really lovely community. So if you're already enjoying chatting with people who are in the chat and you want to talk about art supplies, to share your art, to be encouraged in your art, to know what deals are going on, what things are worth buying, what things are worth avoiding, just general encouragement, that is part of my membership. The community part is the part that I love, if I'm being honest. And then the other part of it is, of course, I do Zoom sessions. So similar to the live streams, but instead of it being that you can only hear my voice, everybody can like speak to each other, so everybody can speak to everyone. And in those Zoom sessions, sometimes we will have, these actually are examples of some of the artwork that we've created in Zoom sessions. So sometimes I just put up the reference and everyone's doing their own thing and then we show at the end. Sometimes I show my process so that everyone can see it in real time, and sometimes we're all just doing our own thing but we just come together to do it. So we have monthly live streams, monthly Zooms, and then occasionally I will also do live streams because some people like Zoom, some people like live streams. I also create some exclusive videos because obviously at the end of the day, we have a very wonderful community here on YouTube, but it is still like the World Wide Web, you know, like it's the whole internet. So I don't want everything out there, basically. So I do more vlogs, studio snippets, or kind of behind the scenes of me spending time in my studio, the projects that I'm working on, books that I'm flipping through, different projects that I'm trying, inspiration books. Essentially, I want it to be like a treasure trove for those who are looking for inspiration. It does grow, it does change. For example, we literally last month did a month of little landscapes, and the nexus of that, hold on, it needs to focus, but the genesis of that was that members, basically quite a few people had said that they wanted to dedicate more time to painting with gouache and didn't really know how to tackle it. So what I did in December was a whole month focused on how to use gouache, different techniques for gouache, and in that I created 7 videos, so like I guess a course, if you will, painting little landscapes, and in it kind of discussing different aspects of painting with gouache. So that was of course inspired by what people felt they needed, and I've done something similar for watercolor as well. That is a 10 video series, and all of that is available in my membership. This was one that we actually did during a live stream in the membership, so the real-time full-time process is there. And this one we were discussing how to increase and create depth in your paintings. In this one, we were discussing how you can get inspiration from a reference, but not hold it so tightly that it sucks the joy out of the painting. Obviously, if you enjoy painting photorealism, that's something completely different, and you will want to stick to the reference exactly. But if you don't, then sometimes it can be a bit of a delicate balance where you have a reference and you want to make the most of it, but then you keep comparing yourself to it, or you feel a bit stuck or a bit stiff, things like that. So to avoid that, we kind of discussed that in how you can avoid that in that video. And then this one was another one from a reference that I have taken. This is again another one that we created. So essentially I made 7 videos and I have actually finished all 16 of the little coasters that I bought. Basically, I wanted to paint on wood panels, but wood panels are quite expensive. So instead, I bought DIY wood coasters and I coated them with gesso, and then I painted on top of them. This is one that I did yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday we had a members only Zoom session, and I painted this one. And then I felt so inspired that I kept painting afterwards, and I painted this one inspired by Van Gogh. So at the moment, what we were doing, because we've done the Zooms, was actually master studies. So this one is inspired by Cézanne, this one is by Cézanne as well, this one is by Renoir, but also I'm still loving gouache. So I've been doing master studies in gouache and sharing the process with members as I do so. So all of these were from Zoom sessions. These 2 I did privately. And then this one I actually created, I guess kind of inspired by everything that we'd been painting, but also I did a session with Omar Wynn. I feel like everyone knows her. She's an incredible artist here, not only on YouTube, but she's also an illustrator, an urban sketcher. And she's really lovely. So we did a video together for our members, and this one was the first one that we did where we recorded it, talked about gouache because she's exploring gouache at the moment, talked about painting from life, ups and downs, burnouts, sketchbooks, the whole works. And then the video file got corrupted. so no one will see this, unfortunately, but I love it for... I don't know, actually. I'm trying to use my camera instead of my phone because I was hoping it would be better quality, but I just want to show you some of the details. I don't know, I just really enjoyed it for the close-up details. Someone said it looks very impressionistic, and I'm glad because I like the impressionists. But yeah, so I painted that from life, which was fun and a challenge in itself. All the files got corrupted, so we lost that footage, but we were determined, so we did it again. I'll show you in a second. But I was so inspired by that and also painting from life that I then, again, all of these are with gouache, which is why I'm kind of showing it to you like a little show and tell. But yeah, this one again was all from gouache, and these ones were either me painting from life or me painting from my own reference photos, and I really like this. In fact, the net was the bit that I was most unsure about, almost left it out completely because I was kind of stuck, and I painted it. I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I'm glad I did it. And then this one was inspired by Monet. And then Omar and I met up again and redid the video that we did. And again, I've shared it with my members. She shared it with her members as well. And in the video, we talk again about everything from trying out gouache to our art practice, burnout, how to keep sketchbooks, everything. It's fun. Actually, we intended it to be like 20 minutes, but I think it ends up being like 40 minutes because we're just having a good time and chatting. And then I joined an impromptu FaceTime with my members and painted a banana that was in front of me. This I did in private on my own, inspired by Renoir. And that's where we are at the moment. So I thought it is a good time. Let me show you. I bought this, which is the new Sennelier gouache. It recently came out. Sennelier mentioned it like last year in passing almost, and then just didn't mention anything about it again, and hard to find it anywhere. And then all of a sudden last week it started appearing in shops. So I wasn't going to buy it because I was like, I have so much gouache and I'm really enjoying the gouache that I have. The paintings that I just showed you were all with Shinhan. The ones that were here, half of them, like this one and this one and like this one and this one and this one, those ones are Winsor & Newton. And then like this one is Shinhan, 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 Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, Winsor & Newton, and I can't remember which one these are. So I've just really been enjoying using the gouache. I felt so satisfied that I've used up all the wooden coasters. I've actually started prepping some new ones, and so I wasn't going to buy it, but then I was curious and I was tempted. They're old. They had gouache before. So Sennelier had gouache before, and I hadn't heard good things about it, to be honest, which is why I wasn't necessarily tempted about this. But they did say that they have reformulated it and that this one is going to have 63 colours made in extra fine Sennelier pigments and gum arabic, smooth consistency, so on, so on, matte coverage. So everything that gouache should be. But yeah, like I said, in the past, the old set didn't have the best reputation. They also have egg tempera, which is not the same as gouache. It doesn't reactivate with water once it's dry, and it can crack if you layer it too thick. So, I mean, I'm hoping I haven't wasted my money. If I have, then at least we'll discover it together and you won't make the same mistakes I have. With that very long intro, oh, my membership linked in the description. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And then the other thing that I was meant to remind you is that the Essentials palette by Szmal is finally available on Jackson's, and it is currently on sale, £30 off. It's these colours here. We explored it in the last live stream, and if I have enough time and energy, I will also paint with these later on as well. But like I said, we did it in the last live stream. It is a beautiful set. It's my favourite set by Szmal. So I've linked that in the description as well. Now, if I've missed your questions, please feel free to repeat. Derwood helped me figure out, oh yeah, the US sales, did you get them? And then community is so important. I really agree. I feel like I didn't realize what I was missing until I had it. And I say that, obviously I'm biased. I love my community and I would love for you to join my community, but also I've joined other artists' community as well, and I feel like it changed my art for the better, you know. Like, it's nice having company. It's nice being able to speak to people who are passionate about what you're passionate about, and who have, you know, you get inspired by each other. People have different ideas. You can bounce ideas and suggestions off each other. It's just really nice. So I think over the past 2 years, year and a half, I'd made an effort to be part of other people's communities as well. So other people's Patreons and art memberships and Substacks. And I can't be part of all of them at the same time, but I try to be part of some. And even outside of online communities, you may have noticed last year when I was car camping, I made an effort to connect with other artists, and I had such a good time. That was the highlight of my year last year. Like, do you know what I mean? When I look back on 2025 and I think about the best parts, it's not a supply I bought. It's not I can't even say that it's like a particular painting that I created. When I look back, what I was really grateful for, what I really enjoyed, was getting to meet other artists and paint with them. didn't matter what I painted, but actually spending time with other artists was the highlight. I went to the watercolor festival. I went to an art retreat with Tom Shepherd, which is incredible. I went to the urban sketching symposium in Poland, and then in Geneva I started attending some urban sketching meetups near London. I met Leslie Strauss, Helen Cryer, Melanie Chadwick. I really made an effort to connect with other artists, and that was the highlight. I can't remember with like absolute certainty what supplies I bought, but I can remember everybody I met, you know? And then obviously I had my membership. That's what kept me going through winter, and painting and and chatting. So yeah, community is really important. And I say that to highlight that you can get it in different ways. I don't want you to think that the only way you can have a community is by paying. Certainly the memberships that I've mentioned a lot of them are paid, and that helps support the artists and helps keep the community going. But also there are like, you know, when I went to meet these artists, that was free. And this that you're watching now, this is free. So, you know, there's plenty of things that you can do to have like a bit of an a bit of a community that's free. The urban sketching meetups that I go to, they're free. So you'd be surprised what things around you are available for free. And also I think, yeah, it's even better. it's even better. Like for me, my transition was, I'm sorry, my intros are always so long, but my transition was, I started off on Instagram. It was like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. So it felt like a different time, but it was like, you know, like someone follows you, you follow them back, you kind of chat in the comments, you encourage each other. So the people that started when I started, I still message from time to time, every so often, and we still like each other's posts and stuff. But obviously Instagram has since changed, and now you see more ads than you do the people whose art you follow. So from Instagram, I wanted a bit more of a connection, and that's why I started YouTube. And then with YouTube, I wanted even more of a connection, and that's when I started my membership. Well, that's when I started going to other people's memberships, and then I started my own. So that's what I would advise. And I think, yeah, definitely try it, see if it's for you, see what you think. And I think it tends to be the people who enjoy my live streams who enjoy my membership most, because you watch me for hours at a time, so I guess you kind of like me as a person on some level. I'm so glad you learned a lot from our last meeting, Anne. It's the Sennelier. So this one that I will unbox is water-based, so it should reactivate with water. Sennelier also has egg tempera, and that one I do not believe will reactivate with water once it's dry. So let's open it up and get started. Yes, so I'm Frosty Girl. I am hoping to do more coasters. I've actually started prepping some. Like before I started the live stream, I was on the phone with my brother for a few hours, and I was just getting the coasters ready. So this is what they look like with 1.5 coats of gesso, shall we say, and then that's the back, like plain. One of the things that I also wanted to consider trying is, on top of the layer of gesso, maybe doing a layer of watercolor ground, because the gesso is almost like, it looks matte, but it's almost like plasticky, so it kind of repels the gouache a little bit, which means that I could only do like 1 to 2 layers of gouache before it starts getting reactivated, because it kind of doesn't sink into the gesso. So I want to see if watercolor ground will help improve that. Of course, I would need to find where I put my watercolor ground, because it's been a while, but I know that I definitely have some, and then I'll take it from there. But yeah, part of me wants to do like another little series, but this time, instead of it being little landscapes, maybe fruits. I'm really loving fruits, maybe because they're bright, and I don't know, they remind me, last time I painted fruit so much, I was in a bit of a rut, and it brought me out of it. I don't know why or how. It was when my computer had broken, and I couldn't make any YouTube videos, and thus, because I couldn't make videos, I started just painting on the couch and painting on the go and painting anywhere and everywhere I wanted to, because I didn't have to set up a million cameras before doing so. And it kind of made me really excited to create again. And I really, really enjoyed that series and that time. Hey, a watercolorist. And of course, Wildflower. Now, who else have I missed? Shinhan. Hey, Melissa. Melissa also has a YouTube channel, by the way, and is really, really lovely. And she's very diligent about her art, and she shares the art that she creates each month as well. I really enjoy watching her videos. And it's Melissa Martin Art. Then Shinhan gouache looks really vibrant. Is it the Shinhan Pass or the watercolor gouache, or is it just straight Shinhan gouache? No, the one that I'm using is the straight normal Shinhan gouache. There is also the Shinhan Pass. The Shinhan Pass is also vibrant, to be honest. So this is the Shinhan Pass. This is the normal gouache. So the paintings that I've shown you here are all the normal. Where are you? They're all just normal Shinhan gouache. And the Shinhan Pass was also vibrant. The question is, which sketchbook is it in? Because not that one, not that one, not that one. So it must be this one. Of course, it's the last one I check. Yeah, this was the Shinhan Pass. The Shinhan Pass, the issue I had is that in mass tone, some of the colours had a bit of a shine, so it wasn't quite as matte as normal gouache is. Now, I don't know if that was like an excess of gum arabic, like even some watercolours can do it if you put a lot. I don't know why it did that, and it wasn't every colour or all the time. But yeah, both of them are vibrant, but I prefer the normal gouache. I do still have quite a bit of, I only have open stock tubes of the Shinhan Pass. I wanted to buy the set, and I was talking about it during a live stream because it was on sale, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I should, I don't know if I shouldn't. And then in the live stream, I concluded, actually, it's a really good deal. I'm going to buy it. And I came off the live and it was sold out. Till this day, I believe it's because I told you guys and you guys were like, yeah, it's a good deal. Let me go and buy it. So I never bought it in the end because it was sold out for like a year. And by the time it came back, I was like, you know what? Actually, I'm happy with the gouache that I have. Hey, Wendy. Oh, no. I hope you're okay. You're on call. Oh, I didn't know you were... Are you a medic? I'm on call tomorrow as well. I'm on nights. Okay, let me show you. So this is like my mini art haul, shall we say. I bought this. I don't know, I always feel like I should record things before I use them. But I'm trying, hard as I might, to get out of that habit and to just use stuff. Because I have so many. You have like, however, oh, you're a nurse. Yeah, our on-calls are not always fun. I hope it goes well though. Michelle, fruits and veg are your go-to when you don't know what to paint. Honestly, I didn't really realise that I would enjoy painting fruits and veg so much. And in fact, part of me was like, oh, I don't want to paint it now because I wasn't feeling that inspired and I didn't want to ruin something that I enjoyed, which doesn't make sense. But I ended up really enjoying it and I was glad that I painted with it. So this is it's like a water brush pen. You put water in this bit and then it feeds through to here. The reason that I got it, I don't normally like these. I actually much. Why? This doesn't stick to the end. I don't know why they would do that. Or maybe it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I much prefer just using a normal brush. That being said, sometimes needs must. And I wanted to get this because as you can see, it is a flat brush. And it's the biggest one that I have seen talk less as a water brush. So I bought it. It was on sale. It's on sale or on clearance in quite a lot of places. I'm not sure why. It's 1 centimeter large chisel tip by Derwent. And then of course I've bought the Sennelier gouache. So this is the 10 set of 21 mils. By contrast, the Winsor & Newton are 14 mils and the Shinhan are 15 mils. So these are quite a lot bigger. Now, there's a difference between artist gouache and designer gouache. Sennelier have been very cheeky and have put for artists and designers and haven't really specified whether it's artist gouache or designer gouache. Artist gouache usually has more pigment load and is more expensive. Designer gouache, less pigment load, usually less expensive, but still good. As an example, Winsor & Newton gouache is designer gouache. Yeah, so Shin-Han gouache is designer gouache. Winsor & Newton gouache is designer gouache. Can you see it? There we go. You see? So where does it say it? So here, designer's gouache, and here, designer's gouache as well. Holbein, I don't know. I feel like Holbein might be artist gouache. I'm not sure. It's priced like designer's gouache, but I feel like they say it's artist gouache. As an example, Daniel Smith, artist gouache. Schminke Horodam, artist gouache. Schminke designers, designer gouache. Sennelier says for artists and designers. Who knows? But anyway, the colours that we have are blanc, titanium white, primary yellow, Sennelier red, quin red, ultramarine deep, phthalo blue, viridian green, yellow ochre, burnt sienna, and Mars black. So as far as sets go, it's like a warm and a cool primaries without a warm yellow, which is good. Yeah, Holbein is artist gouache, right? But it's priced like designer gouache. But who am I to complain? Yeah, so sorry, I don't have enough space. It's always a recurring issue. So I keep hitting my camera. I'm trying not to. Yeah, just one good gouache. That's the thing. For me, like I said, I enjoy Shin-Han gouache. That's the one that I'm using the most right now. I also enjoy Winsor & Newton gouache. I enjoy all the gouaches. For me, use either. It's fine. Use artist gouache or designer's gouache. It's fine. I enjoy both. I don't use Daniel Smith gouache that much, only because it's expensive, especially because I'm in the UK. So, you know, it's different. It costs more to get it. But I think you can use whichever one is more easily accessible to you and fits your budget, whether it's designer or artist gouache. Especially if when you use it, you can't tell the difference between the, like, one being super, super pigmented or not, you know? A watercolorist. Yeah, we'll get to that and see. A watercolorist is pointing out that many of the colours in the Sennelier are not light fast, which I guess points towards it being designer gouache rather than artist gouache. We shall see. I wanted to buy them open stock, but not that many places have it yet. So this will at least give me a bit of an idea as to how it performs and whether it is for me. I must admit, I'm starting off quite skeptical because, like I said, I did not hear good things about the other one, which just makes me think that I need to use this quickly because I don't know how long it will last or whether it will dry into a rock. But, you know, I guess the other thing to be said by that is that they have reformulated it, so it's not like they saw there was a problem and just ignored it. They were like, we hear you, we're gonna change it, here's some better gouache. And I see that. Honestly, white is the color that I just use the most. It is the most helpful color in gouache by far, for me at least. I'm just looking for a pen or something for me to, oh, here it is. Something for me to just make a note of the pigments. How many colors are there? 10. So PW6, which is fine. What else do we want? Then primary yellows PY74 and PY184. You have to let me know if any of these are overtly not light fast. PR254 should be fine. PR170 might not be light fast. PR170, but I'm not 100% sure. PB29 is fine. That's ultramarine. PB15 is fine. PB15:3 is fine. PG7. Then PY42 is fine. PY42 and PR101. And then last but not least, I want to thank me. I'm joking. PBK11. Okay. Oh, of course. Of course I've got my brush all over the paint. There we go. Nothing goes to waste. Oh. Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna do a little swatch of the white for the sake of it, but really and truly, it's not much point. The only thing actually that would be interesting with the white is seeing the opacity. So I'm just gonna put it over the 6. So I'd written PW6 there, and I've just covered it with the white, and it does seem to be quite opaque, put on thickly, so that's good. Do you want... Are you that pressed? You want to see how opaque it is? Trying to think if that's something I would want to know or see, and I feel like it would be. Mountains now rise up, highlight the day. Okay, just do some quick little doodles. Another thing. And then they'll either be cute and poking through our swatches, or they will be completely covered up. This is the Pentel Pocket Brush Pen. And I added some carbon black ink in it because I keep finishing it. I realized that I enjoy painting, like doing urban sketching with gouache and this brush. And I haven't really stopped since. So it's just that in place of a line, I can just do this, you know. Sorry, Janine Ali says, is the Winsor & Newton designer gouache not light fast? If I remember correctly, it's priced quite high. So some of the colours are light fast and some of the colours are not light fast. It depends on the colours that you're using. It does tell you on them, on the labels. I'm just looking because I did do a chart about that. Hold on. I can't find the chart right now. I told you I did this tidy, and since I've tidied, I just don't know where I've put everything. But where it normally is, it's not there. But I have made a video called All My Winsor & Newton Gouache, and in it I talk through all the colours that I have. I think it's like 20 colours, if not more, definitely more. But as well as that, I show you which colours are light fast and which colours are not light fast. And the way that I did it and then kind of figured out what gaps I had in my collection was I made a little chart and I did it by cost versus light fastness, and then I swatched out the different colours, and then I could see that I was lacking light fast reds and light fast yellows, and that a lot of the reds that I had were expensive, but they would actually fade, whereas there were some that I could have got instead that won't fade. So I recommend that video. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm short of breath. Oh, Linda, the gouache is hard to get a hold of. Yeah, it can. I think it's important to, though, like, having used a whole bunch of different types of gouache, I have come to the realization that I would just recommend getting whatever is easiest to get a hold of near wherever you live. If you're in Asia, Holbein, Shinhan, if you are in the US, Daniel Smith, I don't know if it's going to be the cheapest because it is it's artist gouache, whereas a lot of the others are designer gouache, so they're naturally cheaper anyway. But yeah, and if you're in the UK, to be fair, we're quite lucky, anything, because Jackson sells them all. But Winsor & Newton, although it's not the cheapest, Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, Holbein, any of these are easy for us to get hold of. Schminke. But yeah, the light fastness does not depend on the brand. It depends on the pigment of the color. So the first that I swatched was white, of course. Then I swatched primary yellow. That was Sennelier red, which is PR254, which is Pyrrole red. So that one should not fade. And I'm basing this on the pigments, not on what they've said on the on their tubes, because it's I feel like that's more helpful. The only thing that I will say, so I really enjoy Holbein, but the one issue I have is that sometimes there's multiple pigments in a color where it doesn't make sense, like their magenta, for example, and quite a lot of their pigments are not light fast, even though it's technically artist gouache. And I guess it's because, how gouache started initially, or the main use for gouache was for designers and for people who were going to paint, wanted it to be matte, and then would scan it and make it digital, reproduce it, or, make prints out of it. The aim of it wasn't to have something that would be light fast forever. This is Quin Red, PR170. Wildflower, wouldn't it be brilliant if a company came out with a line that only included light fast paints? I mean, it would be great, but at the end of the day, all the brands have plenty of colors that are light fast. There are some pigments that are just going to naturally be light fast. Ultramarine is one of them, which happens to be our next one. Same thing goes with single pigment palettes. I love the idea of but there's a lot of the colors are single pigments. It would be very easy for us to put it together. Don't need to buy like a special palette, although I say this to myself because I was so tempted by is it the Magello Mission Gold single pigment set? And I was like, that's what I need. I need it. Yeah, Quinn Red is PR 170. I don't know if that is light fast. I feel like I'm getting it confused with PR 177. I am missing questions. What if you ask something, please let me know. Oh, you refreshed the colors. I haven't done that in a while. I need to, but then time. This so that was ultramarine that I swatched. This is phthalo blue green shade. It's interesting because it's a lot lighter than normal phthalo blue, so you would think that there's a white, but that's not mentioned. So far the gouache is feeling okay. Don't know, maybe I'll have to do a few paintings. The one thing is I don't normally like getting sets like this because innately they will contain a lot of colors that I don't normally use, but like I said, it was what I could get. So far a lot of the colors are not that opaque, which is a problem for me. It's phthalo green pigment, but what is the actual color called? The color is called Viridian Green, but in it is phthalo green PG7. Then this is a yellow ochre color, PY42, and it's called, of course, yellow ochre. This one is looking more opaque, the most opaque that we've had so far, next to white. And we'll see, once they dry, I think we get a bit of a better idea as well. Yes, exactly what I was thinking, Wildflower. Now, I do tend to water down my gouache a bit, so maybe that's why. Frosty Girl, what don't I need? What a shiny and mass tone. Then this color here is the burnt sienna. Okay, so the burnt sienna and the yellow ochre seem to be the most opaque. Now I do add water to my gouache, so perhaps I'm not the best at representing it, but I would expect it to be a bit more opaque. And then the last one that we have is PBK11, which should be like black or Mars black, something like that. Mars black, there we go. There we go. So these are the colors that come in the primary set. Curious to know your thoughts. Oh, thank you. I'll take any discouragement I can get. Ooh, can you imagine if I fell live? Oh my gosh. My chair is falling apart, and I know it because like a screw came out and I couldn't put it back in, but while it's still standing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, we'll let them continue to dry and then see how they are. What am I feeling about them? I'm not massively inspired by the color selection. I think that is an issue, but obviously that's a me thing as opposed to a them thing, you know what I mean? I knew that when I bought it, and I still bought it. But we'll see. I'll paint. I obviously bought these myself, and I'm also obviously not sponsored. And don't get me wrong, I love the Sennelier watercolors. This is the Holbein gouache for contrast. I didn't do any designs underneath though, so I couldn't assess the opacity, but they felt quite opaque to me. Apart from some colours like the violets. This is the magenta that I said just makes no sense. It's BV15. Like PR122 is right there. What's going on? Their Carmine is PR170 as well. What did I do? Okay, so PR170 is not light fast. What I did here with the Holbein set, after I swatched it, this was the set of 24, and of the 24, only 7 of the colours were light fast and 15 were single pigment, and only 5 were both single pigment and light fast. And so the light fast colours were the lemon yellow, the phthalo pure blue, which is a phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, burnt umber, ivory black, and yellow ochre. All the other colours were either not light fast or questionable light fast. Prussian blue, some describe it as light fast, but it actually can sometimes change in the light and then come back once you put it in the dark. Hey Laura. The reds are too similar. Yes, they are quite similar. I can see that this one is cooler, but they're definitely similar. And I feel like the best way to kind of see that is in trying to do mixes. So let's see. If I can mix a nice purple, then I don't mind that they're similar. If I can't mix a nice purple, then they should have used a different red. Is the crux of it. So I'm going to use the Quin, in theory, mixing the Quin red with the ultramarine blue should give me like a nice bright purple. And this is the purple that I am getting. So it's not bad, but it's not that vibrant, which means what? The red is not cool enough for me. Do you see? Because the purple that it's making it's nice, but it's very muted. So this is the one with the Quin red. And then if I take the Pyrrole red, which I think is their Sennelier red, and I mix that with ultramarine, I should again get another muddy purple, which in fact I do. You see? So yes, they are too similar. So this is as bright a purple as you will be able to mix with this set. So this is PR170 plus PB29. And this is PR254 plus PB29. And sometimes like mixing just gives you a lot more information in terms of the qualities and properties of the color. I feel like I'm going to win a worst influencer ever. I'm joking, I'm not an influencer, but as in like here I am making a video about something that I was hoping was good, and I'm like, it's okay. Very not on par with social media. When you use the white brush, they aren't as opaque. I'm seeing comments at the dinner table. Hey Dawood. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the less water you use, the more opaque it's going to be. So fresh out of the tube, it will probably be opaque. Let me try. I've got the reference on just up here, which is a painting by Cézanne, and I am going to try to somewhat recreate something a bit similar / inspired by it. Obviously it's not going to be the same, but doing master studies can be a lot of fun, can also be like very inspiring, because you try things that perhaps you wouldn't have tried before. You try to mix different colors and learn different techniques. it was one of the Doses of Inspiration art challenges that I did with my members a little while back. And more recently this month, like I said, we've been painting fruit, but they've been fruit master studies. Hence the Monet, the Renoir, all these different artists. I've run out of white already. So I quite often like working with gouache in layers. That's a personal preference thing. Some people will go straight in with one thick layer and almost do it like, is it impasto? Like if it were oil, you know what I mean? For me, I like working in layers. The only time that I didn't work in layers as much is when I was doing the little landscapes, like the wood coasters that I was showing you earlier. And that's just because the coasters naturally don't accept a lot of layers. So I had no choice. And it was actually good. It was good because it helps me be a bit more decisive with my colours and with my technique. Thanks, Ali. I need more white. The one thing that I will say, I've got in the mindset of like nothing is wasted or bad, because for example, I am painting in a Moleskine sketchbook right now, and I don't like the Moleskine sketchbooks anymore. Reason being that there's just a lot of inconsistency in them. There are some times that, I had bought a Moleskine, and they're not cheap. So I'd buy a Moleskine and they are wonderful. Perfect, take watercolor nicely, take gouache nicely, I like the finishing of it, and so I'm like over the moon. And then there were other times that straight off the pack the sizing is gone, the quality is just really, really poor, and I just kind of felt like this is too expensive for me to be playing this kind of roulette, and so I stopped buying them. But as those of you who have watched my video talking about the fact that I have over 100 sketchbooks will know, I had bought quite a lot of the sketchbooks, and so I'm still making my way through them. If the sketchbook doesn't work with watercolor, maybe it will work with something else. And the beauty of having supplies that you perhaps don't fully love is that you can be a lot freer with them, a lot looser. Like I just want to finish this sketchbook, which is why I have been painting so much, and I love the paintings. I'm loving the time that I'm spending in it, and I can appreciate the sketchbook while also knowing that I'm not buying this again. Thank you. You ended up getting individual tubes because you wanted Helios purple. So that's the thing. I wanted Helios purple as well, but I think I checked Arte Miranda and it was like sold out, and the only place that I could find it was Cassart. I was quite hesitant to buy from Cassart because this is the first time in years that I've bought something from them without issue. They gave the option of using like a different courier, which massively improved things. But because of that, I was initially not going to buy it. In the end, I was like, okay, I'll buy it. I'll have this primary set. I'll get a good idea as to whether I like it and as to whether it is worth me investing in the open stock or the bigger sets. And I think if I'll have to have another proper look, if they have like really interesting or different colors, then maybe I will look at specifically getting that as opposed to getting this set again, which is normally what I recommend anyway. Like I find it can be a lot better getting the actual colors that you use versus these kind of sets, I hope you can see it. If you have any questions, please just let me know. Have the brown. I am watering it down a lot here at the moment, and I feel like I have to water it down a bit more than I am used to just to get it to flow a little bit, but that's fine. Like every gouache feels different or moves a bit different, I find anyway. And this is not a review, this is a first impressions, okay? When I was doing my no buy, I made a video like, where am I putting everything? I think I'm going too far. When I made a video, my no buy, I did a video afterwards kind of highlighting some of the lessons that I had learnt and was learning from like doing the no buy. And one of them was like, an art haul is not a review. A first impressions is not a review. And like the importance of me not getting swept up in the excitement of someone having bought a new supply and thinking like, oh, they love it, I need to buy it too. But rather, you know, I find favorites videos really informative, and like, yeah, I find favorites videos to just be the best, because then I know like what you use, why you use it, so on and so forth. I want to do the majority of the table, and then I'll start putting in the fruit, which will be a nice way of us assessing the opacity further, because if I can't do that, then we know it's not opaque at all. Linda says, my favorite sketchbook, in quotes, is a spiral bound paper from the Faber-Castell change. I'm sad I've had paper many years and can't find spiral bound good paper for mixed media work. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm surprised. I feel like this, it depends. I don't know what you would consider good, but like Canson have done a collaboration with Saunders that's 100% cotton spiral bounds. I like them, and I know that there are a few Strathmore sketchbooks that are ring bound, but I must admit I don't tend to use ring bound often, so I'm not best placed to advise that. The only reason I got the ring bound Canson one is because I like the Saunders paper, and the price was just too good for me to ignore, so I was like, I'll just treat them like loose sheets. So I know it looks patchy at the moment. That's more a me thing than a them thing, you know? It's me, not you. It's me, not the gouache, because I'm doing it quite I'm doing this layer quite light, but I will start making the next few layers a bit thicker, and then we will see. Like I said, the main difference I feel like I'm noticing is just that it's a little bit drier than other gouache I have used, and so I am than I normally do. But everything is an adjustment, isn't it? I feel like, okay, no, that's fine. I've made my vase warm, whereas in actuality it is cool. So I'm just adding a little bit of blue to this mixture. And I don't know if you can tell by what I mean, like it's dragging a little bit. Is it blurry or is it me? Maybe it's me. I feel like, I know you guys say like, oh, it's fine, but I kind of feel like, I don't know, I want to improve the quality of the live streams. Like sometimes when I watch it back, I just don't know if it looks fully crisp, which is why I wanted to try using my camera instead of my phone for this one. When I tried the tempera sticks for the first time, I didn't like them. I didn't like them so much that I actually made like a post for members to kind of be like, yeah, to just talking about that basically. And then it's funny because, like I said, like this sketchbook, for example, that is moleskin, that I don't like the quality of the paper anymore. Like this one is okay, it's not the worst one I've used, but like I said, it can be temperamental. But like that, because I was kind of like, oh, I don't like it, then I was like, oh, I'm not precious about it, so I was using it all the time. And then the more I used it, the more I enjoyed it. And then in the end I was like, oh, I do like this. I had no clue. Took me a while, but I got there in the end. So I'd be curious to see what I think about this. Like in a year or so. Will I get this again, or is this it? I don't know, time will tell. Oh, missing loads of the chat. Yeah, the watercolor version of Chinese Orange is really nice. And ooh, that's nice. They would try to do like a painting inspired by the monarch butterflies. I'm gonna take some more white and do the top bit of this. Maybe bring that up a little bit more. And then let me start doing some of the pears here. Actually, yeah, let me do some of the pears. So there's like a big yellow pear here. And this bit that I'm doing, I'm using quite watery gouache, so it's reactivating the layer underneath, which is fine. I want to put that yellow down and then I'll let that dry, and then I will try and go over the top with like thicker gouache. And my hope is that it will be opaque enough to be like quite bright. So we shall see. And the bits that aren't that opaque will have that kind of nice warmth that we're seeing in the reference anyway. I'm adding a bit of white. If ever you want to make it a bit more opaque, a little bit of white will go a long way. Oh, focus looks good to you. Thank you, Wildflower. Oh, good. Yeah, so far the pigments wise, I think apart from PR 170, I don't know about the yellows. I never remember the light fastness of yellows, but I think apart from the PR 170, they are light fast. Okay, let me put a little bit maybe of yellow here, and like here, and like here. Then I'm just trying to see where else I may need some yellow. So there's some sort of fruit there. Take some of this and some of this. And blend that out there. I'll add a bit of white, always remembering that adding white not only makes it lighter, it also desaturates it. So sometimes you have to think about whether you actually want white or whether you want an entirely different color to make that lighter, if that makes sense. Like, do you want a yellow or do you want a light red or something else to make the color lighter as opposed to white? Know what I mean? Then, okay, so we have a green thing here. Welcome to my painting process. Random every time. I mean, after all, the aim of this is more so to see how this paint works and how it feels. I feel like I need to spray it to keep it for a little bit longer. Obviously, I can always reactivate it with water. It is gouache, so that should always be the case. But I just want to keep it in this nice consistency for longer, which I can do by spraying down my palette. Oh, is there a lag? I can... There we go. If I had my face, then the lag won't be bothering anyone. I hope. Honestly, I don't know. Even the live stream that I did the other day, normally like once I finish the live, it's ready to go. But with the last one that I did, it took almost a day for it to like process so that everyone could see it as normal, which was a bit weird. I'm glad it's cozy. And I hope that your exams go well, Mia. Oh, is it Mia or Mia? I haven't spaced this out properly, so forgive me. Some of the fruits are going to disappear in mine versus the original. Such is the beauty of doing your own thing. That's that one there. So I actually wanted it to be lighter. I like this like red pear that's there. I'm going to add less water here just so that I can get it there. And mixing it with the green a little bit gives me a nice neutral colour. Pick up some of that as well. Just want it to be a bit varied, you know, not completely matte, which I know a lot of people who paint with gouache, that's the exact opposite. You want like a flat matte background or painting, but I don't tend to. Not always, not everywhere. This is thicker as well. I'm just trying to see if I can get it matte, because parts of it look a bit streaky. Again, because I watered it down quite a lot. Okay, good. Sorry. Just wanted to check. Feel like I'm slowly but surely doing like a de-influencing series. But it's not my intention. I don't know. I'm curious to see. Like I said, when I first got the gouache tempera sticks, I didn't like them. And then after like a few weeks, they became my most used my most used art supply inside my Strathmore sketchbook, which I also didn't like. But actually the Strathmore sketchbook I never changed my mind on. I still don't like it. I have it. It's another one that's like on the list to complete, to use, to not waste, you know. But it's not my favorite supply by a long shot. Just going to put, I don't know, another random fruit here. My two most used colours are always yellow and white. And here I am adding some more yellow, having run out of it already. It's very watery. My bad. Putting that thick now. And thick here as well. Thick there. Adding some red here. Yeah. Did anyone get the Roman Szmal Essentials set? I know it sounds crazy. I was considering getting it, which is crazy because I have two. In my defense, when I saw how hard it was to get, and then I saw it in person, I got myself an extra one basically, so that when I finish the first one, which I am slowly making my way through for some of the colours, I would have another one. Was I considering a third? Yeah, of course. Did I look at my balance and come to my senses? Of course. Gotta need that balance to keep us humble. Hey Shauna and Luthien, welcome. Hello. Yeah, I know. I thought I just got the Sennelier gouache, and I thought it would be nice for us to spend some time together as I paint with it. So I've swatched them out here. And underneath, I don't know if you can see, but if you see here, you can see underneath I've done doodles. So it's quite opaque with some, a bit less opaque with others, like the phthalo green, for example. Then we were comparing the reds because someone had pointed out that they're quite similar. Now I can see a difference. This one is pinker, but then I did do like mixes of mixing them with ultramarine blue to see how bright my purple could be. And these were the brightest purples that I could get. Oh, thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. And thank you for being here. So yeah, I'm curious. Did anyone get the sets? Did anyone get, even if it's not Roman Szmal, anything that you are using at the moment that you are excited by or inspired by or curious about? Marlene had asked an excellent question where she was essentially asking if there are any supplies that, you know, we find inspiring that perhaps don't come to mind straight away. You know, like not just watercolors, but like maybe Neocolor 2s or, you know, other supplies that are main supply adjacent, if you will, that are a little bit different. So, I don't know. I'm just curious. Anything that's inspiring you, anything that's different, anything that you'd recommend. Luthien, I was actually so disappointed last time I came back home with the offering of course supplies in France. Now I'm building a list for my next time I go, and the Sennelier is at the top. I love the Sennelier watercolors. I really, really enjoyed them, especially like when I was leaning into using transparent watercolors and like layering them and just using watercolor in a more traditional sense. I really, really enjoyed using them. I used them a lot during the summer. The gouache, TBD. Final opinion is to be determined. I'm not sure about them. It could be me. Like I said, sometimes it takes me a little bit of time to get used to something. I also do think it would be dependent on the price. So I bought these for, I want to say £40 for 10 sets, which means they were like £4 each per tube, which is cheaper than everything else. Well, actually, I don't know. As in, like, it was on sale, and that was why. I think the normal price is 50, which puts them on par with the Daniel Smith price, and they are slightly more expensive than Shinhand and Holbein. But you get more paint. You get 21 mils as opposed to 15 or 14. Oh, that sounds so cute, Wildflower. Bought little hair clips that are schminke tubes. Let me do this middle bit here. I would do a de-influencing series, but I think people would get offended. When I did the video about the supplies that I regret, I mean, doing it, I think most people like understood it's impossible for everyone to like everything. Otherwise, we'd all just use the same things and we'd all just create the same things, and art and life would be very boring. So it's good that we like and use different things. That being said, I don't know, first impressions aren't great, you know, I can't lie. Something about this, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But let me just say this. I'll reserve judgment for, I don't know, how many times do you think I should use it before I can conclude? Maybe like 5 times. Like when I've reached 5 times, I'll have a good idea. Maybe it's like the scenario, you know, when people meet and they don't like each other and then time goes by and they become best friends. Ooh, Linda says, I just got the Faber-Castell black pencil as a gift. They're really nice on dark paper, but work on other paper too. That's really cool. It's a nice gift. Hey Cordelia, you have the essentials in your cart. I was randomly curious to see how many sets of the essentials palette were left, because when in my membership, every time that they kind of came back, Durwood thankfully had his finger on the pulse and would like tell us that they're back, and then people would be able to like get it super quick, and then they would always sell out same day. So I was kind of curious as to whether that would happen with Jackson's. And I obviously, this is not a foolproof way, but I counted I like tried to add all of them to basket to see how many is all of them, and I got up to 77. I don't know if that's a good amount or a low amount, I don't know, but it was 77. Which I guess is better than, because before it would literally just like sell out immediately. So I'm guessing it was less than that. And says, I've ordered Romish Small Colours to make 2 small palettes, haven't recorded yet. That's cool. Have you got themes for your palettes? Like what's inspiring? What's the difference between the two, if there is any? Wildflower, I think I can judge it in a couple of uses. Yeah. Yeah, Luthien. That's the thing. I don't know. Is it maybe the way that I'm painting with it? I don't know. Is it because I didn't warm up? I'm trying to, you know. But what's that saying about someone, the type of artist that blames their tools? Maybe it's just me. I recently had a massive jump in the number of not subscribers, in the number of members in my membership, which I'm very grateful for. And I'm also very curious as to what changed. Why is this happening? What happened? And how can I keep it happening? But yeah, those are the questions. That's what I was just wondering and just thinking about randomly. I don't even know why. Ooh, there we go. Oh, and you got some tubes of A Gallo watercolors and you love them. Love the acrylic, Holbein acrylic, and learning that, and also enjoying oil pastels. Isn't it so good, like when you feel inspired and you're like, oh my gosh, all these supplies. I keep feeling like so much art to create, so little time. And I'm trying to be better about using the time that I have to actually, create. And, sometimes I feel like, oh, it has to be like a big production in terms of like, get to my desk, get everything ready, get the water ready, get this ready. But actually, sometimes it really doesn't have to be like that. It's just, I think I need to reduce the time between when I think I want to paint and actually just sitting down and starting it. Do you know what I mean? It can be easy to start talking yourself out of stuff, especially when they're good for you. I like the painting. I'm not sure about the gouache. Acrylic paint. Use my new palette. Which new palette? Oh, you're talking to someone else. Though it says, can we have an acrylic gouache paint along? Yes. I have all the supplies out all weekend to crack open. Yeah, Durwood, we can. Do you mean now? Or do you mean in general? I'm going to add, it's my camera is making things a little bit brighter than they are in real life. So believe me when I say that there is more contrast than you are seeing. That being said, there is something nice about looking on the camera and seeing the contrast tone down and kind of pushing it a little bit. You'll be home in an hour. I don't know if I'll be here in an hour. Hard to say. With me, it's always hard to say. Who knows? But yeah, I haven't used my acrylic gouache in a while. I use it like normal gouache, to be fair. Let me put some red here so that there's a difference between the two. And it's clear that this is something separate to that. Yeah, honestly, I'm trying to not be negative because you know, once you say it on the internet, it's here forever kind of thing. But I don't know. Maybe I'll speak my mind freely and then just get rid of this. Get rid of this live stream out here. I'm not trying to get cancelled or destroy any possibility of working with Sennelier ever in the future. But oh, it's funny. I'm trying to just yeah. It's gouache. Okay, everything has pros and cons, right? Pros, the price is good. It is gouache. There is opacity when you lay it on thick. If you like stickier gouache, like, you know, you want to use if you find that normally your gouache is too watery, then perhaps you would enjoy this because it is stiffer, and so you naturally have to use more water. So if usually when you're painting, you feel like actually it's too watery, you may have the opposite thing with this. So that would be good for that. The cons, the drawbacks from my first experience with them, so take it with a pinch of salt. I don't like the dragging. I don't tend to use, or I didn't think I tended to use that much. I don't know. I feel like I'm using water more than I normally would, and that is an adjustment. I think my biggest issue is that it looks chalky, and that is an issue for me. I think that's the main thing. So I feel like parts of it look chalky and part of it also look streaky. And initially I thought it's because I started off quite watery, which I tend to do anyway with all my gouache, and I don't feel like I've noticed it with all my gouache, but I thought I would give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that's why. But I have since built up in parts of it, and like even here, for example, like that to me is looking chalky. Here is looking quite chalky. That's the word that I have it. It looks like there's like a film of white powder over it. Even here, like I added quite a bit of white to it, fair enough. And I was talking to you about how like white desaturates colors. So there is an element of that. It is desaturated because I added white, but also adding white shouldn't make it chalky. You know what I mean? Yeah, so Dawa said it's made to use more with a dry brush. Yeah, it has a bit more of a drag, which I think people would like. Some people would like. Yeah. That's the thing. I think the colours are... I don't know. The same artist. Do you see what I'm seeing? I think what Derwood is saying is true, that probably where I would get the most use out of it is looking at their unique colours, because they have quite a big range of colours. Whereas like say for example Winsor & Newton has a smaller range and I guess a more traditional range. So there are definitely colours there that I wanted to explore, like Helios Purple, that I thought would be similar to like a nice bright magenta, but hopefully actually light fast. Or Chinese Orange I'm kind of curious about, but then part of me is like, I don't know if it would fit my gouache palette, do you know what I mean? Or if it's, yeah, I don't know if it'd fit my gouache palette. But it might actually, because I tend to use warm yellows in gouache, whereas a lot more than I use... Do I? Yeah, I do use warm yellows. So I don't know. So that might be a good thing. But I need to have like a look. So I don't know. I personally wouldn't get the starter set again. I'm not sure if I would get any colors other than perhaps the colors that are special. And even then, I think I would need to see them swatched out before buying any more. That's my initial first impression. If in a few weeks, years, or months I change my mind, that would be pretty cool, won't it? I don't know why I'm messing up this shape so much. I think it's because there's a bit of a glare, so I can't. Like, why? Why is it looking so distinct? Hold on. I just didn't want it to look so harsh, you know? There we go. Nice and blended. Yeah, Cordelia. Durwood. So Durwood, you've had like a different experience. You actually enjoy them, which is good. And you're saying that they're vibrant? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to know. It's good to get the full other people's perspectives. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. Like I am enjoying it. I am like it is gouache. I think it's just got a bit more of a drag that I'm used to, and this cloudiness that I'm seeing when it dry. Like when it's wet, it looks fine, and then when it dries, I just feel like there's a cloudiness. I like the painting. So I feel so gassed. I'm like, yeah. All these issues, but my painting is like fire. That's fine. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it will change with time. So I don't know. I guess if someone's watching this on a replay, maybe check back in a few months and see what I say, or check other people's videos as well and see. This is the beauty of things not being sponsored. I can do whatever I like. Yeah. Oh, good and affordable in London. Never tried gouache before. I would say honestly, Shinhan, Winsor and Newton, Holbein are all great options. I've heard great things about Schminke, Horodam, but I haven't tried them myself, so I don't feel, so that's why I don't recommend them. I mention them because people that I know and I trust and I feel like we like similar things have mentioned them and like them. So I think they'll probably be good, but I just haven't used them myself as of yet. But yeah, this is my recommendation. So Winsor and Newton has like a set of 6 that is sometimes around 18 to 23 pounds. It depends on where you look. If you're in London, and this, I mean, I feel like this applies to most stores, in terms of London or not London, anywhere. Lots of shops do price match. So what I will do is I will find something. Say for example, I like buying from Jackson's. I get points which I can use next time. I have affiliate links, and they use delivery services that actually make sense as opposed to ones that are trash. So, well, actually, anyway, they use the better of the options. Nowhere is perfect. So what I will do if I want to buy from Jackson's is I will check to see what the prices are everywhere, and if I find that it's cheaper somewhere like Casa, where I don't always know if I'm going to receive my parcel or not, I will then ask Jackson's to price match, and vice versa. So if you're in London and you want to buy from somewhere, I'll just say double check online, like Google Winsor & Newton gouache, then in another tab Holbein gouache, then in another tab Shinhan gouache. I think Jackson's is the only place that sells the Shinhan gouache though, and Schminke. See which one is cheapest and buy whichever one is cheapest out of those four. Do I paint? Hey Denise, do I paint on a table easel? No, I don't. We were talking about this yesterday actually in my Zoom session with members, because we were talking about like our posture and how like our posture suffers. And as soon as someone mentioned it, we like all stretched because we had inadvertently started like, bending over, like nose touching the paper kind of thing. So no, I don't tend to paint with a table easel. When I have done so, I have enjoyed it. And I think honestly, the reason that I haven't done it is because it feels like a flat down, angle is easier for recording. But I do think that if you have a table easel to hand, it is better for your posture in the long run. Like it's better for your back, it's better for your neck, and it just makes sense to use. Thanks, Anne. And D Denti, I hope that helped. Sorry, I just gave you like the brands. If you're buying in person, a lot of the time in person, you're only going to find Winsor & Newton, and that's pretty much good. But I would say Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, Holbein, Schminke, Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith is not the most affordable. It's not going to be cheap here, but those are the 5 types of gouache that I would get. You will notice I haven't mentioned some brands. The brands that aren't for me, per se, you may love them, but I'll just share the ones that aren't for me, but that are sometimes more affordable that you may see. The Caran d'Ache set that comes as dried gouache, not for me. That, to me, when I've seen it used in videos, looks streaky and a bit chalky to me, so it's not my jam. I like the tin, and I almost got it for the tin, but then I didn't. Which one? Rosa Gallery gouache. I haven't used it. So maybe I should reserve my judgment. I haven't used it, but it's not one that I would rush to buy. Their watercolors, yes, are lovely. Really enjoy. Really great price. I haven't used their gouache. Who else? What's this brand called? De La Rani? So De La Rani, back in the day, I made the mistake of buying like the cheapest of the cheap. Like I think it was less than student grade, but at the time I thought it was student grade De La Rani paints, and they were so bad, so atrocious, so off-putting that I just never bought De La Rani paints again. I was just completely put off. I never gave them a second chance. I never tried them again, and I never wanted to buy any of their things again. So I haven't tried any of their gouache. But I don't know. I'm a bit biased in that sense that I haven't tried it. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it from having, when I saw video, like, I watch a lot of art YouTube. It's all I watch. And when I've seen videos of it, I've never been like, oh, actually, it looks so good that I'm tempted to buy it now. And so that's a pretty good indication for me that it's not necessarily for me. So I don't think it's bad per se, but I wouldn't recommend it. And I highlight it only because I think it is more affordable, and it's one that you may see outside. So if you were to see it and you had Holbein, that was Holbein, Daniel Smith will never be the same price, but Holbein, Winsor & Newton, and De La Rani gouache that were the same price, I would go for Holbein or Winsor & Newton in a heartbeat. Yeah, I can't see it. So when you paint on a flat surface, your painting is slightly skewed. Obviously, the more you paint like this, the more you kind of like get used to it and stuff. But I do think that, yeah, painting on an easel it's good for you, and it makes sense. I mean, we're literally just talking about this yesterday, and I was like, oh, I should bring out my table easel. And some have table easels, some have plein air easels, you know, like something that is lightweight and easy to use, and your back will thank you in the long run, as will your neck. Hey Terry, yeah, Katie Moody uses De La Rani quite a bit in her sketchbooks. Yeah. Um, and that's the thing. What's the saying? What's the saying about one man's? There was a nice. I keep saying the not so nice version, but there's a nice version of saying like. I don't want to say trash and treasure, but you know what I mean. Like what works for some will not work for others, and vice versa. So when I've seen, oh, you know what? Also, Sarah Burns has a really nice video where she does like a comparison, a long comparison of lots of different types of gouache, and because although we paint differently, because I think we paint differently anyway. But I feel like she shared enough of the insights as to the pros and cons that I could actually tell from there which types of gouache would be for me and which ones wouldn't be for me. But when I saw Dana Rani, I think is in that video, I just didn't like it. I didn't like the look of it. And it tracks because Katie also made a video and said that, you know, she likes the Caran d'Ache gouache, which when I've seen in videos to me looks, you know, streaky and chalky. So I think we just like different things. Yeah, that Sarah Burns video is like phenomenal. We do paint differently, so part of me would love to do like the equivalent but my version and just test out the like, I don't know how many brands I have, but just test out the different types of gouache that I have and know for myself. That's initially why I'd bought that the Schminke gouache, so that I could test out Schminke designer gouache versus Schminke Horadam artist gouache and try it out unbiased, like label it at the bottom and not at the top, and then try and paint and see which one I like when I don't know which is which. And I wanted to do that for all the gouache that I have and see. But time, my friends. Also time and being bothered, because really and truly I've been painting quite a lot this month, but it's been primarily like painting with you guys or painting for myself. It hasn't been painting for a video, which I need to start doing at some point. We have all of the brands. Yuck, they're yum. Yeah, I'm not trying to oh, Boston, hey. Yes, exactly. I don't want to yuck someone's yum. Terry says, I love the Caran d'Ache gouache tin and the paint is not for me. Yeah, honestly, I was considering getting it just so that I could have the tin. But then I was like, okay, it's you know. I didn't end up doing that in the end. I was like, okay, I'll just get more paint instead. But yeah, so it's going to it's all going to be different as to what someone enjoys versus not. But I think if you want the more traditional standard experience with gouache, then Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, Holbein, Schminke, Daniel Smith. I even tried, like, I initially started painting with Himimiya, and even that is not that I like dislike it. Yeah, I don't dislike it, and it definitely got me to start painting gouache. That's how I realized that I loved gouache. It got me to be less precious about it because you get so much paint So if I wanted something that was truly really affordable, and it's like I just want as much paint as possible, and I'm not necessarily that priced about the quality of it, I just want, then yeah, Himi is an option. But once I started painting with Winsor and Newton gouache, I struggled to go back to Himi because it didn't feel the same. It wasn't as opaque. It was, you know. But that is also an option. But I would get Himi before I would get Caran d'Ache gouache or Dana Rani gouache. And the other thing with Himi is, of course, that it can dry or it can get mold, and it's wet cups and so on and so forth. The shape of my thingy doesn't make sense. Shall I try and fix it? I can maybe do. We'll see. Gouache is supposed to be forgiving, right? So let me try and fix it like this. Now you're kind of curious about the tin. It's just like a nice big red tin. But it's just like, I don't know, there's something about it. It's a nice size. You can put in like Neocolor 2s if you want, or like half pans and paint sets. I don't know. I just like the look of it, and I like that it kind of said Caran d'Ache on it. And that's the thing, like I love the Caran d'Ache luminance pencils. I love the Neocolor 2s. But yeah, every time I see videos of their gouache, I'm like, it's not for me. And I need to remind myself. I'm saying this more so for myself so that I don't end up getting tempted, because I feel like sometimes we feed off the excitement and energy of people. And sometimes when I watch someone who really like is enjoying it and loves it, I'm like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I will love it. And I need to remind myself, no, you're not wrong. It's not for you. Don't buy it. you know mm. Yeah, that's it. It's nice and deep as well. And they don't sell empty tins, so I was quite tempted. Oh, Lily, that's good. The good news is that everyone in my family are artists, so I never waste anything. Yeah, exactly, Agent XP. Hey. The Caran d'Ache has such a bad reputation. And my thing is, I feel like it has like a bit of a, like, I don't know. I hadn't noticed the bad reputation. I'd noticed the good reputation, and I was like, is everyone seeing something different to what I'm seeing? It almost reminds me of like the Royal Talons sketchbooks, how they have like such a good reputation online and so many people recommending it, and then I was like, but that's why I like had to make it. And don't get me wrong, I have them, I use them, I really enjoyed them for dry media. And I was like, oh, I use them as like messy sketchbooks and stuff. And I feel like if someone has them and uses them, bearing in mind, I do enjoy them for dry media and for fun things, right? But I feel like if someone has them because they keep getting recommended online for watercolors as this like fantastic sketchbook that's really affordable and really cheap, and you use the Royal Talon sketchbook while the tutorial that you're watching is using 100% cotton paper, you're going to be very disappointed and confused as to why you can't do what they're doing. And it is going to be the paper. It's not watercolor paper. it's nice, it's cool, I had fun. It is my messy sketchbook. I feel very free in it, and I enjoy trying out lots of different techniques and styles, and but it's not watercolor paper. And I kind of felt confused sometimes as to why it was getting recommended as such. Hey, hey, Astroglio. Yeah. The gouache tin is just not for me. Uh, the Romish Mortons I have because of me. I feel like, yeah, when people say, it's so funny because I started talking about Romish Schmall years ago. Off the bat, I had, and my channel was quite new at the time, and I guess kind of like now I still recognize names of people that comment and stuff, but it was all quite new, right? And so I was just like sharing it freely without much thought about it, and then I was really excited about the Romish Schmall paints, and thus I mentioned them a lot and I shared them a lot. And then a few months after, I guess when my channel grew, so after the fact, I started getting comments like, I got the Romish Schmall paints because of you. And I like would hold my breath when I'd see that comment, because I'd be like, oh my gosh, are they about to tell me that they hated it? Like, I hadn't even thought about the fact that I'm saying I love it and thus people would get it, because that wasn't happening. Like when my channel was smaller, it just wasn't happening. It was kind of like a few people like Caroline and my family watching, and that was it. And then it's only like when it started to grow that people were like, oh, that's what I got it. And I would literally hold my breath. And I thank God that so far everyone's been like, oh, and I love them, and oh, and they're great. And it's like one of those things where, of course, everything can't be for everyone. So I know that there are some people that won't like the Romish Schmall paints, and that's fine. That's normal. But yeah, it did. I'm grateful that the first thing that I was so excited about is that something that I loved and something that I still love, and it did make me more considerate and more aware of the impact that videos and words and things can have. And I mean, I didn't like doing review videos, but I definitely didn't like doing review videos after that, because I was like, oh my gosh, what if I say I love something and someone hates it, and then they buy it and they waste it and their money and it's all my fault, and But I've been quite lucky so far. Obviously, I'm not trying to jinx myself, but I'm just, I'm glad. I think especially because I love a lot of art supplies. I love the buying, I love the swatching, I love the creating with them. So it's and I feel like I naturally sound and act and am happier when I've bought art supplies, and that shows in the videos. So I guess part of me is wondering, like, oh, if someone watched this and they were like, oh my gosh, if I'm like, oh, I love it, this is amazing, this is the best gouache ever, and you bought it, would that be in keeping with what I would want you to experience? Oh, I love it though, where they can't all be diamonds. That was like, for me, that would be the equivalent of the videos that I made that was like the regrets videos, the supplies that I just didn't like. But I'm curious to know what everyone else's is, because for me, in that video I mentioned I bought the A Gallo dot cards, and it's one of like 4 art supplies I've ever returned. Then hold on, let me show you a close-up so that you can see. What are we thinking? It's not bad. I actually like the painting. I just don't know if I like the gouache. I kind of feel like there are some areas that are a bit chalky and not completely flat. I don't know. Like this is Shinhan to contrast. Now I do find that Shinhan seems to be brighter than other gouache, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I don't know if that means that there's something else inside them, or if they're just more pigments and that's why they are so much brighter. They keep looking like they turned the lights on. Oh, the video is now a little bit out of focus. Is it out of focus on this bit or just in general? Is it in focus now? Ooh, okay, I'm curious to see what other... Thank you so much, Raspberry Colours. What other supplies people are talking about? Not to yuck the yums, but just to, like, you know, they can't all be diamonds, as Derwood has said. For me, it's the Heinemüller sketchbooks. I try over and over. I want to try... So I like them. Well, I like the cellulose sketchbook. I tried the watercolor sketchbook and I liked it as well, but then obviously I started using Etcher and I never really went back, but I definitely want to try them. What's the struggle that you're having with the Heinemüller paper? I'm really curious to know. I know that I think they rip with tape, but I'm curious to know if there's another struggle. Okay, now it's focused. Okay, and you can see the haze, right? That I'm talking about. So it's not... I don't know, so it's not that it's bad. Hold on. Once it's dry, I think it is dry. That's the thing. It is dry. So when it's wet, it feels a bit more vibrant. So it is colourful. It's not that it's not colourful, but I feel... To me, it almost looks like I took white chalk and just put it over the top lightly. And there are just certain parts like here that I just don't like. Parts like this I like. I don't know. And yeah, so like I'm just going back and forth so that you can see the difference. Shinhan, Sennelier. Shinhan, Sennelier. It would be funny and I would be happy for them, because then, you know, there are going to be people who love this gouache, and I think that that is fantastic. And please don't take the fact that I am like, it's okay as a like sign not to get it if you love it. If you love it, you love it and you should get it. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, if you find that normally gouache is very watery for you and you want stiffer gouache, you will enjoy the Sennelier. If you... That's all I got. Yeah, it is more muted. But I find that Shinhan is very bright compared to most. So maybe what I should do is... I don't have... Winsor & Newton is my most used gouache, or was my most used gouache, but I don't know. Okay, this must be Winsor & Newton. So Winsor & Newton and Sennelier, they're both maybe on the muted side. Or not muted, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. I was like, what's going on? Why is it so beautiful? Like, why is it so bright? And I was like, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. This is Winsor & Newton as well. On the side. So Winsor & Newton is brighter because it doesn't have this like white sheen. Yeah, I did. I did the same painting with Shinhan and Winsor & Newton. And is that focused? It's weird. Normally it gets out of focus when I zoom out, but seems focused. So these are the colours that we have so far. Maybe what I will do is I can do another painting but do it here so that we can keep doing the flip back and forth, flip back and forth, and we will have a conclusion. Yeah, so I would say that the Winsor & Newton is more muted than the Shinhan, but even though it's more muted, it doesn't have this slightly less saturated quality that we're seeing. I don't think they would take my feedback well if I got in touch with Sennelier and I was like, you see this like dusty white quality? Can you like get rid of it, please? And like I say, it may be just me. I don't want to be overly critical or harsh or anything like that. Time will tell, you know? I could try and do the same reference. Let me see what other images I have. I have this one. If I do that one, it won't be a fair comparison because it's so bright. So it would make sense to do another Szmal, like this one maybe. Yeah, when it was wet, it wasn't like it, which is why initially I was like, oh, it's okay, it's streaky, but don't worry, it's just because it's watered down. But that's not normal. Yeah, there's going to be chalk in the formulation though. I think they say, as in, I don't know about Sennelier, but I thought that people had said like gouache in general has chalk inside it. And like here, for example, I did it streaky, but that was intentional. Like I watered down and I wanted like texture in the background. But this is also a bit streaky. Maybe it is me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Oh, Derwood says, you know, it really reminds me of the Memory gouache. You should compare the tubes. They sell them on Art Miranda, or just trust me and save the money. I'm happy to trust you and save the money because I feel like the Memory, I saw a video of someone who had like gone on holiday and they was painting with it and they really liked it. And I was like, ma'am, something about that doesn't quite look how I would expect gouache to look. So let us do the painting again. We can do this painting that we have up here. I'm going to change my water. Shocking, I know, but to try and like keep it fair and legit. I don't know if this is my Daniel Smith, which is I've let dry out. This is my Shinhan. This is my Winsor & Newton and Daniel Smith. But I've let them all dry out, so I don't know if I can be bothered to fight to reactivate them. This one is my Winsor & Newton only. but it doesn't have like, that's what I needed to, anyway, long story, hence the Vinted scam, because I've run out of like some of the Winsor & Newton colours. This was Winsor & Newton, but I was trying out different colours that I normally use. This is more typical of my usual palette, believe it or not. I don't normally have such a bright pink inside. I'm just checking my other palettes because I'm kind of wondering if I could do a quick comparison. This is my Winsor & Newton as well, like fresh, not fresh, it's rock hard, rock hard, but this is my normal colours of Winsor & Newton, and it wouldn't be a fair comparison because I would be painting with dry gouache versus wet gouache. But I don't know, part of me was kind of curious as to whether I can do like Daniel Smith, Shinhan, Winsor & Newton and Sennelier, same painting. Let me see. Oh, you would rather see the same painting with Winsor & Newton or Shinhan. I mean, I'm happy to do that. I also have done that before. So hold on. Here. But I didn't do it on paper, you see, which is why I was wondering if I should do more. Winsor & Newton, Shinhan. No, I haven't discussed Vinted yet. Vinted are like screwing me over royally. It's so annoying. Hey, Kim. I know. It's crazy. How long to get them to re-wet? I think it depends on how re-wet I want them, if that makes sense. So re-wet enough for me to use, not long. A few spritzes and I can use it, but it will still kind of be like wet gouache as opposed to like, sorry, it will still be like dry gouache as opposed to like feel like fresh wet gouache. If I want it to feel like fresh, I would probably put water in it, leave it overnight, and then come back in the morning and start doing like the toothpick thing. But I rarely do that. Instead, what I do is add water, like lots of water, let it sit for a few minutes, and then if I really want it fully, the one that would be tricky is this one, because this one has been dry for months. And if I really want to like do that, then maybe I would do this, add lots of water, let it sit, and then top it up with more gouache, purely because I'm being lazy. And my hope is that it will have so much time to soak that by the time I finish the top layer of gouache, the whole thing underneath will have reactivated or be more reactive. But these, like, it's still usable. Gouache, you know, it does reactivate with water, so it's fine. I just like the feeling more so when it's like fresh out of the tube. So which ones am I using? Probably use this one, this one I won't use, only because this one is the one that I'm using most often at the moment, and it's just harder to reactivate when there's less gouache. So let me actually make sure I have enough gouache for us to do this, and that is here. Yeah. Vinted just got launched in the US, so watch out. Vinted is supposed to be like an eBay, basically, like a newer eBay, you know, emphasizing buying pre-loved stuff. And I will let me change my water, and then I will come back and start telling you the nightmare and drama that is Vinted and why I will never buy from them again. I have run out of white Shinhan gouache again. Ta-da! This is my like second tube. So at least I get fresh white. There we go. I'm actually quite glad. I was going to add the Sennelier gouache straight into one of these palettes, but I'm actually quite glad that I didn't do that, because if nothing at all, these are not the colours that I would naturally gravitate to, so I think there's an element of that as well. Yeah. Marketplace for used items. Yeah, it's like an eBay basically, but supposed to be even more reliable. I'm going to change my water. You use it as an opportunity to get yourselves ready, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Deborah, do you know what's wild? When I was like, oh no, I won't be on in an hour, I genuinely meant it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I know what it is. You guys are just too much fun. Too much fun. Okay, so I want to make sure you can see the sketchbook. So I'll do in order that we have here. So Daniel Smith, Shinhan, no, Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, and then Sennelier, shall we? So anyway, I'll remember, but I'll just put Daniel Smith here. Daniel Smith, Winsor & Newton. I'll put Winsor & Newton, and I'll put Shinhan here and Sennelier here. Only because then I'll be able to do the back and forth, and we'll be able to compare Winsor & Newton, Shinhan and Sennelier a bit more easy. I mean, we'll still have this on the page, but you know, I hope that makes sense. So, with regards to Vinted, so Vinted is a marketplace where you should be able to buy used pre-loved items, if you will, whether they're used or not. And I basically went on, I hope this makes sense, by the way. This is Daniel Smith, Winsor & Newton, Shinhan, Sennelier. I'm going to try to do the same reference, and I'm going to try and do it somewhat quickly. So don't judge my painting too harshly. I don't want to keep you here forever. But you can see that the paint has reactivated, you see? And that's just with the generous amount of spritzing that I did. But it's not like it's harder than as if it came fresh out of the tube. So it's not quite the same. So I bought Winsor & Newton gouache from Vinted, and when it arrived, it didn't feel, it arrived at the shop. So I went to pick it up from the shop because, you know, I work shifts, I wasn't going to be home. So I went to pick it up from the shop, and when I picked it up, it didn't feel like paint tubes. And I was very, very tired. I'd finished work late. I'd been standing all day, operating all day. It was a good day. I was happy, but I was very, very tired. So I didn't really think about it when I picked it up from the shop. But then as I was walking home, I was like, this doesn't feel like paint. That's a bit weird. And I'm naturally a little bit paranoid anyway. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to open it, because I was quite excited. I was looking forward to it for ages. I was talking about it in our Zooms like our members Zooms for ages, because I was like, oh, it's gonna come, yay, I got this great deal, yay. And then so I got home, and instead of opening it straight away, I turned on my camera and I was like, I'm gonna open it on video, just so that I can, so there's no confusion, no issues, no nothing. And I open it on video, and to my disappointment, it is not paint, it's a turtleneck. Like the most random thing. So I immediately contact the seller. So bearing in mind, this is like I picked it up, and then 5 minutes after picking it up, I'm at home, recorded the video, disappointed, contact the seller, and I'm like, hey, I haven't received what I ordered, hoping and thinking at the time the most logical conclusion, which is that they must have made a mistake and put the label for my order on somebody else's order. And they replied something like, you're having me on, like you're lying, or you're messing me around. So I'm guessing, like, that's what that means. And they were like, what do you mean you haven't received it? Like, what did you receive? And I said I received a turtleneck. Thinking that they would say, oh no, the turtleneck was supposed to go to Bob. So they're like, no, you're having me on, send me a picture of what you received. And as they're saying this, I start reporting the order to Vinted, and I basically say, like, I didn't receive what I ordered. And as I'm doing the report to Vinted, I get a notification from Vinted that my account has been restricted. So obviously the seller has reported me, and I'm still communicating with the seller, and I kind of tell them, I send them the picture of what I received, and they're like, no, you're definitely having me on, you're a scumbag, you're trying to scam me, all that stuff. And I'm like, I'm not trying to scam you. Like, what kind of scam would I be running here? And I then send them, this is a lot more enjoyable to use. I don't know if you can tell, this is the Daniel Smith gouache. It's just got less drag. I'm not having to do a lot of back and forth. I'm only going back to the water when I want to, like, clean my brush. It's very watered down, and it's not streaky. So completely different experience. Anyway, so I sent them the video, and in the video, I've even shared it on my, like, Instagram. In the video, I'm literally there, like, showing that the parcel is still closed, and I'm like, I'm recording this because it doesn't really feel like paint tubes. It is very malleable. I can bend it. It doesn't feel like what I'm expecting. This is the parcel, blah blah, and then I open it, and you can see that it's a turtleneck, and it's wrapped twice. So it's got one like grey plastic envelope on the outside, and then the turtleneck is wrapped in that same envelope again. So 2 wrappings. So they're like, no, you're having me on, this is a scam, I can't believe you're doing this, you're a scumbag, so on and so forth. And then I'm like, did you even watch the video? And they're like, yeah, I watched the video, you're having me on. I'm like, well, if you watched the video, like, do you think I'm Houdini? Like, how did I manage to place a turtleneck inside the order that you sent without opening the parcel beforehand? Like, what do you mean? And then I asked them, like, is that your packaging, or is it that it's completely different packaging and the label has been put on a different parcel? And they're like, no, that is my packaging, but you're having me on, that's not what I sent. I sent the 28 tubes. I can't believe you're doing this. And I then kind of said, look, if you watch the video, I'm a bit confused, because there's one of 2 options. If you watch the video, either the correct response would be, oh my gosh, maybe the delivery team have, like, swapped it out, if you genuinely sent it, or you that doesn't even cross your mind, because you know that you never sent the paints and you put in things. But to think that I somehow magically had the same packaging that you did and managed to, like, recreate the parcel in 6 minutes and like, I'm put in a turtleneck is ludicrous. Like, it's absolute madness. Anyway, we continued this back and forth for like an hour, during which they usually kind of, like, continued calling me a scumbag, and I continued saying, I'm not trying to scam you, I just want to understand, like, what's going on, how do I get my money back. I don't even think I asked them for my money back. I just told them, like, I mean, obviously that is the natural next part of the conversation, but we never even got there because they just kept calling me a scumbag. And I was like, look, if you genuinely sent it, then you should probably start using a different courier service, because like, what's going on? But I was also like, although I'm saying that, but I've personally never heard of a thief being so determined that a parcel is sent that they steal the items, replace it with something else, and send it, and also have the same packaging that you have. Like, surely if someone wants to yeah, I know, surely if someone wants to steal a parcel, they just steal the parcel. They don't steal it and replace it with a turtleneck. Like, I don't get it. So I reported them to Vinted. I reported the order to Vinted. I reported the seller to Vinted, and Vinted have been completely useless. They, first of all, I think all the messages are AI because they just keep sending me the same thing. Then they said they will investigate and it will take 35 days to hear back. And every so often, they'll send me a message and be like, oh, I need to know your username. Bearing in mind, it's like, we're speaking on my account, but they'll be like, oh, we need to know your username. If you don't reply in 2 days, then we're going to close this and assume that, and give the money to the seller and assume that you want to keep the item. And so I keep replying, and then I'll get like another random email that will say like, we're going to investigate this and it's going to take 35 days, but we need to know the name of the seller, and if you don't reply straight away, then we're going to assume you no longer want to pursue this. So then of course I reply again, and this has been going on for a week now, and I keep writing to them. I sent them the video, I sent them emails and pictures, and I even sent them like frames, like screenshots of the frames of the video, in case they were afraid to click on the video in case it's like malware or something, because that you don't need to like open it, you know, you don't need to click to open it, you can just see it in the email kind of thing. Still nothing, just these random generic messages, either saying that it's going to take 35 days or prompting me to, I don't know, write my middle name or some nonsense. Never asked my middle name, I was just joking, but just asking me for some sort of nonsense, and if I don't reply, they will give the money to the seller and close the complaint. And this has been going on for a week, and that's why I then shared it on Instagram, in part because the seller obviously is selling art supplies. I don't want any of you to also get scammed. And also I was hoping that Vinted would see it and be like, oh, maybe we should do something about this. But when it's like hindsight's 2020, because I know plenty of people who've bought from Vinted and haven't had any issues, right? But once you know there are issues and you look, all of a sudden you start seeing the signs. Like on Vinted, every single post that they put has a disclaimer that they will not respond to any customer queries, which is a bit of an odd thing. And they're like, if you have a problem, please contact our customer help center. We will not reply to any this is not manned, we will not reply. And then the rest of the comments are either people saying they've been scammed by Vinted and Vinted is ignoring them, or people sharing their store on Vinted. So that has been what has been going on. Honestly, I didn't even think about that, because I was like, oh, maybe they're really upset and, like they genuinely think I'm trying to scam them. So for ages, I was trying to like prove that, look, I'm not scamming you and maybe we can problem solve. But then I was like, this is not the reaction of a normal person. Like if I sent someone something and they showed me a video where they opened a parcel that I created and the parcel looks completely intact, and then they bring out something completely random, my thought would be like, oh my gosh, how's that happened? It must be the delivery driver. I'm sorry. Do you know what I mean? My reaction wouldn't be to start calling them a scumbag. And I was like, I know people are different, but this doesn't seem quite right. Something seems a bit off here. So that's the Vinted thing. And I'm still trying to get my money back. I tried to report them to my bank. My bank says I need to wait 15 days before I can do that. So I'm waiting. And in the meantime, I'm still like trying to appeal to Vinted's common sense, but they don't seem to have any. So I don't really know where we go from here. Yeah, that was my thought. Like, if someone showed me that, I'd first of all be confused and horrified. But even if I thought like, wait, is this a scam or whatever, my first, like, obviously I recorded the video, I get in touch with you. Part of me was thinking, is this a scam? And I even said it to them, like, is this a scam? I don't know, as if a con artist would be like, yes, it is. Like, I don't know. I was like, is this a scam? Like, what's going on? And then they're like, of course it's not a scam. I have really positive reviews. You're having me on. You're a scumbag. You know that Vinted will try and side with you. What you're doing is wrong, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, I wish Vinted would side with me. Apparently they don't side with anyone. Like, I don't know if they're just trying to, like, they think I'll get tired or forget about my £70, but money doesn't grow on trees, so I don't care how long it takes, I am getting my money back. Welcome back. Exactly. It's just been a very annoying and bizarre experience. And that's the thing, at a point I was like, I don't know you, like, to the seller, I was like, I don't know you, and obviously I don't know what's going on in your life, but surely, like, things are so hard in the world at the moment. Is this really all you can do to make money? Like, scamming people, you have no idea what they're going through, you have no idea how hard they had to work, and of all people, like artists, notoriously not the richest people out there, or maybe some, some are very rich, but you know what I mean, like most aren't, and that's what you're doing. And I was really, really excited and looking forward to receiving the paints, and I think that was like my initial thought and concern was like, oh my gosh, he sent Bob my paints, how am I going to get my paints? I want to get the paint. And little did I realize that getting the paint was going to be the least of my issues. But yeah, so that was my experience. This paint that I'm using now is the Daniel Smith one, and I don't know if you can see and appreciate the difference. I'm still doing like really light washes for the most part, not all over it, but for the most part, and a little bit is going such a long way. I'm not having lots of that drag. Yeah, this feels a lot nicer for me, for my painting style. The only issue I have is the cost. If money was no object, it's just, yes, it just feels a lot nicer for me. And I was almost questioning my sanity when I was painting with the Sennelier earlier, because I was like, it just feels so different. Like, is it me? Have I forgotten how to paint? And part of the reason that I've put them here as well is so that I can paint with them again, because obviously I hadn't done a warm up. So, is that an element of it as well? Like, is it that when I actually warm up, now that I've done a bit of painting, I will just feel more confident and comfortable as a whole and like the painting more? I don't know, we'll see. It's funny, this was not the original intent of the video. I did not think, that's the thing with live streams, right? You never really know where they're going to go. I thought I would swatch them, love them, and then we would have found new affordable favorites, and we'd all be super excited about the new paint on the block. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. Minding my business. I'm in control and loving it. Rumors got me laughing, kid. Wildflower. Is that not the truth? Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it's been a while, like quite a long time since I have painted with the Daniel Smith gouache. Other than I put their sap green and their Prussian blue inside my other palette, inside my Daniel Smith palette, you know, the one that I mentioned had Daniel Smith and Winsor & Newton, and I did that because I am seeking a new alternative to my Prussian blue. So I did that. But other than that, I haven't really painted with my Daniel Smith gouache because of, you know, the price element, basically. I just felt like, oh, I don't want to waste it. I need to keep it for longer, special projects, that kind of thing. Also feels like it's irreplaceable because, you know, the tubes I think are like £15 a tube, something like that. So I've been really precious about using them, and I did a few paintings with them. I think it's maybe even been up to a year, you know. It's been a while, like a long while. So it's actually quite nice that they reactivated so easily. And yeah, they are nice. I wish they weren't. I wish I could literally be like, oh yeah, it's not worth it. Nah. But I can't. And this is all very much watered down, all unsponsored, obviously. But I'm curious. Like I said, we'll see. Maybe I just need to... And bearing in mind, I don't like working from gouache that has been dried, that I've spritzed down, is not my favourite way of working with gouache. This is going to take a while to reactivate. That's my Winsor & Newton. It's going to take a while because I just let it get completely rock hard. And I do that when I know that I'm not going to be painting with that gouache for a while. I don't want it to just be sitting in water because that's how I'd get mold. And I just cannot handle that. So I let it dry out. And some colours reactivate easier than others. Like Cobalt Turquoise Light, for reasons unknown, is like a colour that hardly dries and then reactivates beautifully when it does. So that's always nice and easy. Other colours are perhaps a little bit harder to reactivate, like the burnt umbers, but even that, dreamy. Burnt umber, Prussian blue, those colours are harder to reactivate. Yeah, no, Terry, would have been amazing. There's so many of us that are March birthdays. I almost, I'm not like into horoscopes or anything like that, but I was wondering, like, is it a personality thing? Like, why are so many of us born in March? I'm also a March baby. You know how I said that we've got loads of new members? Maybe I should just do that and be like, look, if you're born in March, then yeah, you're definitely gonna love the membership. Forget whether you paint or not. Or April, of course. Oh, David. How much are they in the US? When there was a 40% sale, I was genuinely like so tempted because I was like, I can't quite remember how much they were, but I was very, 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 very tempted to buy. And then like the shipping was just so much that it just wouldn't it would have absorbed, it would have eaten up any kind of profit. Any kind of saving I would have made would have been completely eaten up by the shipping. And so I didn't get anything, but I was very, very much tempted. My table's a bit funny, but it's okay. I try when painting to stay with a big brush for as long as possible. I feel like it helps me focus on the big shapes for as long as possible. And I like that. I don't think they would let me. I would love to, but I don't think they would let me. But that's okay. We can enjoy it together. They'll never know about this stream or how much I love them. But that's the thing, I love gouache as a whole, which is why I was quite surprised with Sennelier. But we'll see. I will paint with them again. And then I'll have a bit of a better idea. But like, even with this, it's been one layer pretty much. Like, okay, here maybe I'm going in with a second layer in the dark areas. But yeah, I've just used a little bit of paint and it's just gone such a long way. I don't like what I'm doing. I don't like the brush strokes that I'm doing. Hold on. I also need to remind myself that we're doing other paintings. The aim isn't to do like a completely finished, beautifully rendered, perfect, best I've ever created painting, but instead to do enough of a painting that we have something to compare, something to see. So let's do that. Whoops, my water balance is all the way off. Too much water. And that is why I don't enjoy reactivating the gouache, actually, because I'm adding so much water to it to reactivate that actually it ends up being watery rather than like thick. And in order to get it to be thick, like the normal consistency, that's when I have to like bring a paper clip and mix it in, and that takes more time. But if I'm just like reactivating it so that I can use it, I can do that. But the consistency just isn't quite the same as it is when it's fresh out of the tube without me dedicating time to making that happen. I need to figure out what is in front. This is in front, which means that it should be round like that. And then this is underneath. I'm adding quite strong bits of contrast here because I want to move on. As much as I am enjoying this, I know that I should move. Yeah, the 4 color set. I do have the 4 color set actually, and I like it. 4 colors for 40. Here it's 4 colors for £58, I think, or 54. It used to be £48, but it's gone up, so that's like $60. I don't know, my conversion may be completely off. Oh, I like the lemon, but I didn't include it. And I only just realised, it's so funny, isn't it? Now, I knew I'd cut things off, but I hadn't like made... It's only when I went to paint it in, I was like, wait a second. Something is missing. I'll add a bit of white. Oh, what did I miss? Sorry. Oh, thank you for the recap, Dawood. Yeah, so this is the new Sennelier set with their new formulation of gouache. I swatched them out and then I did this painting, but I kind of felt like there were some pros and some cons. I found that it's a drier gouache. I needed to dip my paintbrush in the water a lot more. There was a lot more drag, which some people like. And then I also found that it looked a bit more muted and it looked muted and a bit desaturated. Like there was almost as if there's white in every color kind of thing. And so I wanted to try painting with other types of gouache, other gouache that I have, so I can see. And even with that, like you can see the Daniel Smith. So with this, I used a few layers because initially I thought, oh, it's because I've watered it down and that's why. And then I thought maybe it's because I've added white. But here, as you can see, I've added white. I've done less layers in this than I have here. And yet this one is more bright. Hey, Linda. 11 to 17 per tube. Yeah, and then because of the conversion, it ends up being cheaper. Oh no, hold on a second. My computer's trying to shut down. That is very annoying. Can't shut that down. How did we run out of space? Whoops. Okay, hold on. Hopefully you're still there and you can still hear me. I'm just trying to shut as many things as I can so that this does not... Okay, gosh. I don't know if I want to force quit. Damn it. Sorry. Excuse the language. Apparently it's taken like 6 gig to run this stream. And my computer is like, nope. No ma'am. No ma'am. Okay, in my computer's defense, I have so many tabs open. Force quit of the Google. Please, please, please don't end the stream. Okay, still here. I won't be able to like get, I may not be able to do a few things basically, but it should be fine. At least I'm still here. Just doing some of the shadows because here looks like this nice mauvey color. So I've added white, but you know, it's like it is desaturated, but it's not chalky. Now I'm going to take a bit of the white and add a bit of yellow. Oh, this is wunderbar. And do a bit of this shadow here. Don't know if it actually looks like a shadow, but that's how I see it in my thing. Add a bit of yellow ochre. the world's most vibrant shadow. I need to make it a bit muddier to be actually shadow-esque. Especially towards there. Okay, I feel like we're at a good place where I've done enough of the paintings for us to get a good idea as to its properties, and we're at a good place to like leave it, even though I am enjoying this so much that I want to just keep painting. I don't know what the official, like if we were like rating them, what the official way to say that would be, but the, you know, like wanting to continue painting ability, painting, I don't know, enjoyability, maybe it's enjoyability factor, is there. Don't want to stop painting, check. Just add, will I regret that? Maybe. Just want to add a bit more contrast there. And take a bit of brown and add that. Make this bit darker still and darker here. Okay, this is the Daniel Smith gouache, okay? Then no, I don't know how to end quickly at all. Now we're going to go Sennelier again, okay? Can do this. I have run out of white already, so I'm going to take more white and do that here underneath. It's going to be ever so slightly smaller, but you know, still, I'm doing the same reference and I'm going to try and do it quicker, okay? Because I am aware of time. I know one would never guess, but I am. And we'll see. Hey Terry, do I think that the reactivated Daniel Smith gouache works well enough? Yes, it does, I think. Especially when I think like, okay, I enjoyed it that much when it's reactivated. How much would I enjoy it if it was like fresh from the tube? So that's the thing. I do think it can work. And a lot of the time, my gouache isn't completely as if it was fresh out of the tube because it is in these stay wet palettes. It's not, you know, 100%. But it does work well, I think, especially depending on the paint. So the Daniel Smith one works well, and also it dried down but it didn't crack like a crazy amount, and I haven't used it in months, if not a year. Well, maybe, yeah, I don't know if I used it in 2025 because I used the other palette. So if I used it, I used it very sparingly, and you've seen it being reactivated after at least a year. Maybe. Also, I am aware, or was aware of the space that I have. I don't have a massive amount of space left because of my gigantic scale. So have one thing there, have another thing here, and I'm going to take some yellow and put that in there. I'll be curious to see your thoughts on this as well. And maybe, yeah, I feel like I inadvertently definitely biased everyone. I was like, but that being said, if you're watching this and you're like, this is the best gouache I've ever seen, by all means, please share, because I don't like feeling like I wasted my money. And I don't feel like that actually, because it is still gouache, it is still usable. I love gouache as a whole. And also when I have supplies that I feel like this about, where they're like usable but perhaps I'm not super in love with them, it means that I can be super free with them. Like I said, I love the Daniel Smith gouache, but because of the cost, I haven't used it in a year, you know. Whereas with this, because I'll know that I want to finish it, I will probably use it quite a bit, probably off camera, so that I don't have to give a caveat or a disclaimer every time that I use it, to be like, I am using it, but, which is what I'm doing with the Moleskine sketchbook, because I keep getting asked that, oh, which sketchbook? And like, I'm using it, but I'm not recommending it. I just have to use what I have. I think wildflower. It may be. I'm like, oh, it's not that bad. It'll be great. I love it, really. Gouache is gouache, you know. I have it. I'm gonna use it. What can I do? I hope that with time, I will love it. And like, okay, I don't know, now that I'm using it the second time, do you feel like it's better? I don't know. We'll see at the end. There's another orange thing at the back. So, oh, question from D. D, what did you say? What is the name of my intro to gouache video? What is the name of my intro to gouache video? Do you mean like these? Do you mean which intro to gouache video do you mean? Do you mean my essentials gouache video, or I've done quite a few, or the ones with the little landscapes? But yeah, I've done quite a few recently. So I did the essential art materials for gouache, and that one I've left open to everyone on YouTube as well. And in fact, my last post, if you go to like my YouTube posts, you'll see that I put a link to all the gouache little landscapes videos that I created. So that one is on YouTube. But then I also did another video for members where I talk about like the essential techniques for starting with gouache, and that one is in the Ko-fi shop. So if you type gouache or you use the filter and put in gouache, it will come up and you'll see it straight away. And thank you. So yeah, maybe the course. Yeah, if it's that one, then it's the gouache course. Oh yeah, that would make sense. Look at me. It's crazy. I keep forgetting. Yeah, the gouache course is also on my Ko-fi in the shop, and it also comes with like a workbook. So that one is a series of 4 like playbacks of 4 live streams, because it was a live course. So it's live streams and Zoom sessions, and in it we talk through the essentials of not only painting with gouache, but specifically painting landscapes, things like atmospheric perspective and how to how to like composition, how to set up your paintings, and then also the techniques for gouache. And then, like I said, I also created a workbook to accompany that has more information on that, pictures of my paintings and the process and the different techniques. So that one is also available on my Ko-fi shop. I'm just always quite bad at promoting, I guess, what I'm doing, sharing what I'm doing. So yeah. I really enjoyed doing the course actually, and the feedback from it was really, really good. I didn't do another course because I was kind of like, okay, done. I'm very much prompted by what people need. So if someone says they need something, then I do it. So I did like a color workshop as well, which if you're a member, you can watch back. And that was because a member was like, I'm really struggling with color. Like, I don't get it. I wish I got it. You get color, can you talk about it? And so I was like, yeah, sure, I can talk about it. And the course I left open for everyone. Like I did it live and open for everyone, but the replay I've left for members only. The beginner video. Yeah, if you type in, if you go to Ko-fi and you go in the shop, and you select gouache and scroll towards the bottom, you'll see a video called something like top 3 techniques for gouache. That one is, I think, a good one because in it I talk about how to do layering, how to do dry brush, and how you can also apply them to the different kinds of paintings that you do. The gouache course is not in the membership. So the gouache course is for sale outside of the membership. It's as in like you can buy it, but you don't get free access to it as a member, if that makes sense. But if you can't find it, drop me a message on Ko-fi and then I will send it to you. But you should be able to hopefully see it. That's why I put everything in the Ko-fi shop so that you can use the filters and the search bar to find things that you may be interested in. So if you use the gouache filter, all the gouache videos that I've made, or most of the gouache videos that I've made will come up. And then if you use watercolor filter, likewise. But yeah, I think the top 3 techniques one is quite a good one. And again, it's got like really good feedback because it just helps you get started. And I feel like once you know water control with gouache and you know how to layer, then that's half the battle. Then you can learn everything else. How are we feeling about this? Yeah, tea, butter, ice tea, like, yeah, I don't use those terms. Oh, did I? I don't think I used them in the video. I just like, thick to thicker. Watery to thick. That's pretty much my approach to describing it, but yeah, I don't know. Last year I wanted to make more courses, but then I don't know, I was just like, I don't actually know what courses people would want, so I figured I'll just wait until someone asks and then I'll be like, okay. But they understandably take a lot of work, isn't it? So yeah, really. So that one, I think that one will be really helpful. The top 3 techniques for gouache. I can't fully remember what I called it, but that's essentially what the video is about and how I use those techniques in pretty much all my gouache paintings. I'm gonna raise this up a little bit so that you can see it. it is, yeah, I think like with everything, there's like a learning curve, but it is one of those things where all of a sudden it will click. And I don't even think it's like it clicks and you're like, oh my gosh, I get it now. It's more so like hindsight's 2020. Painting gets a bit easier and a bit easier and a bit easier, and you can predict what is going to happen in your painting a little bit more, and you know how to get certain effects. And it's only then that you look back and you're like, oh wait, this wasn't always the case. I've got better. I've improved. Things have changed. So yeah, I think if you start off with that video, that's probably the best place to start. And then after that, if you know, there's obviously the little landscapes videos that I created, and for them, they're like real-time step-by-step videos. So if you want some guidance like that, where I put a brush stroke, you put a brush stroke, then you can kind of use that to follow up. I didn't do that much layering in those videos. So whether you like layering or not, you can get something out of it. Boston. So it's not just me, right? Let us keep this to ourselves. I do not want to be blacklisted by Sennelier. I like their watercolors. I don't want them to be like, oh, we'll never work with her again, you know? And not even again. In general, we'll never work with her. Gotta keep hope alive. But the gouache, I don't know. Again, like I said, it's gouache. I love gouache. I can make it work. But it is not the same. It's giving, there are levels to this, you know? Ooh, Terry, good question. I learnt watercolor first. I learnt watercolor, and then I wish I knew or remembered. Yeah, I learnt watercolor, and then I randomly started seeing Himimiya gouache everywhere, and I thought the case looked cute. And so I bought it, tried it, realized, oh my gosh, this gouache thing is fun. And I kept painting with it, and then I got Winsor & Newton gouache, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is even better. And oh, actually, I had cheaper gouache as well. So I had the Himimiya, but I also had some cheap gouache. I made this video where I basically compared the £30 gouache to my £3 gouache. I worked out the price like down to the mils, you know. I was like, this costs this amount per mil, this costs this amount per mil, and then I painted with them and did like the same painting, and then one painting divided in 3 sections, comparing the 3. So yeah, as you'll see, even in that video, I'm like, yeah, I can paint with this, I can do this. So the Himimiya gouache actually helped me realize that I do enjoy painting with gouache. And then the Winsor & Newton gouache made me fall in love with nice, creamy, buttery, vibrant gouache. And then I stopped painting with the Himimiya and I started painting with the Winsor & Newton. But yeah, watercolor was my first love. That's a really good question. Linda, I learned that gouache should be like milk, but I use it more like butter. I think it depends. If you're going to use if you're going to do just one layer, then by all means feel free to use it like butter. Just don't use it like, maybe use it like margarine, not like butter, because if you use it like thick, straight out of the tube, and it's a big painting, you run the risk of it cracking. But there's nothing wrong with liking it thick. Less thick than that, but there's nothing wrong with liking it thick, and especially if you work in like 1 layer, 2 layers, you can. If you want to work in like 6, 7 layers, then it might be a bit tricky because you'll just keep reactivating the gouache. Wildflower. I'm trying. I mean, I would literally say, like, you wait. It hasn't fully come out yet, as in like it's not fully accessible yet. But it's rare. Like, I feel like as soon as something comes out and it's new, it's all love. You wait, the videos will come and they'll all say how incredible this is, and I'll feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to try again. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Maybe I need. And it, like I said, I'm gonna keep painting, and we will see. It could be that it's just that it's new to me, but also I'm like comparing it to other paints, and I'm like, okay, if if I had to get this or Shinhan or Holbein or Winsor & Newton or Daniel Smith, which ones would I get? Is the thought process that's going through my head, because they're the similar exclude Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith is more expensive, but the rest are a similar price. Although Winsor & Newton is more expensive than Holbein now, and more expensive than Shinhan, so making it harder to keep using. And actually, more recently, I've just been painting with Shinhan because it's brighter, it's cheaper. I like the consistency, so. Whereas this is fresh out the tube. This should be the best out of all the ones that we have just, it should be the best because it's fresh from the tube. So the consistency should be easier. Like I said, when you paint from dry gouache, if anything, it's easier for the gouache to be too watery because you're adding water to try and reactivate it, kind of sits on the top, and then it's not milky, it's watery. And then when you use it from the tube, it's more easy for it to be a bit too thick, which is why I go from tube, I put it onto like a palette, like I have this palette paper here, and then I mix it here and put it onto my paint instead of tube, like from here to here. I usually like take a little bit and like dab like that, so I get it on my brush, and that helps me with my consistency as well. And then if I need more water, I add more water. I hope that makes sense. Wildflower. It's funny you said that because I literally like paused to look at it because every so often I look up at the camera. Like I said, what you're seeing on camera is slightly different to what the real colors that I'm seeing. I think it's a bit brighter on camera, and I feel like the saturation, the contrast is lower on the camera. So it's interesting to see it that way because then I can see how I can push the contrast even further. Even though I have contrast in my painting, I can see how I can push it even further by looking at the camera. But yeah, I don't know. I felt like I was pausing as if I was fighting. Which is interesting because with the Daniel Smith, I didn't want to finish painting. With this one, I can't wait for it to be over. Herwood says, I fought my landscape gouache palette to paint fruit. It'd be like that. What am I missing? Sorry. Cordelia. Adding food textures to describe paint. Does it get darker if I layer it? That's a good question, Terry. I will try. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start painting almost not diluting it. Now, I feel like I am diluting it a bit in part because it is drier, right? So I feel like I need to add more water so that I can spread the paint across. But I'm going to try and actively use less water and just try and layer the paint thick. And you saw me when I was painting with a Daniel Smith. I did a tiny touch paint, tiny touch paint. Here I've finished. I'm almost finished my entire palette. So I'm saying that to say that I in theory watered down the Daniel Smith more than I'm watering down the Sennelier. I feel I don't know. I feel perplexed, bamboozled. But I'm laying it on thicker. I'm going to be conscious to try and not use as much water. And I need more yellow. And okay. Then this is thick. This is so in my head I think of the thicknesses almost like I have watery, which is almost like watercolor, and it goes all the way up to the point where it's literally almost fresh out of the tube. And this has got a touch of water, so that I can spread the paint around. But it is maybe like, if there are 6 levels, and level 1 is fully watery, and level 6 is straight out of the tube. We're currently on 4. Could get a bit thicker without it being straight out of the tube, but it's pretty thick. Whereas normally I would do 1 for the first layer, would be super watery, and then I would do 2 and 3, and then maybe 4 is my final layer. See, here, this is maybe a 5 actually, because even as I'm going over it, I'm seeing all the brush strokes, which is fine. It's fine. It's everything's okay. She's just not that into you. Honestly, I'm trying. But yeah, I think, okay. I am actually, I guess, I can see the brush strokes now, which normally with gouache, I can see them, but they're not 3D. But now they are 3D. That's how thick I'm applying it. So we're at level 5, basically. I don't think I can get much thicker without it just being straight out of the tube. And I am going to add a few more layers, just washing that out. I liked the color, so I didn't want to cover that completely, but there we go. So it's almost like dry brush. I'm mixing my green by mixing black and yellow. Don't know why, but it works. I just don't normally do it. Now I'm adding a bit of blue so it has a bit of character. And it's not super desaturated. And how are we doing? Let's add a bit more blue to like this one. Okay, this is watery. That's my bad. I made it too watery. Then, okay, so let me add some of the contrast bits in the middle. So I'm taking the red that I have left, because obviously I don't want to just keep pouring it out onto this. So I'll take the red that I have left and I start mixing it into that like muddy purple that we had before. And that's what I will use to do these bits here. So I don't know, like when I look at the painting, looks good. It is a bit more work for me. Have your permission to ghost it. Cordelia, what did you say? I must have missed it. It is more work, but it is gouache, and I like the paintings that I'm getting, so it's not like all is lost. I don't know why we're not fully gelling yet. And we will have to, because I'm not throwing this away, so one way or another. You're gonna love me. Do you know the song? I'm staying, and you, yes you, you're gonna love me. What's it called? It's Jennifer Hudson who sang it, but it was like Dreamgirls. It was in a different key though, obviously. May. That's what it feels like this gouache and I are doing. Okay. Just adding some final touches. Let's... No way I'm living without you. I'm not leaving without you. I don't wanna be free. I'm staying. And you, yes you, you're gonna love me. Maybe one day. Okay, that, let me add a little bit here. I keep like pausing and reflecting and looking at it like, are we winning? Am I doing something? Like, I want to be fair, basically. I feel like, I don't want, yeah, I want to be fair, and I don't want my painting skills to be the limiting factor. That's like, oh. But I mean, I am the same person painting all the, with all the gouache. So I guess if you paint like me, it may not be straightforward. If you paint the opposite to me, then this might be the perfect paint for you. I don't know who that is. Boston, don't be mad at yourself. Don't worry at all. You can add water and you can paint with them. What's it called? Holbein pans quite well, so it's fine. That's what I did with the Daniel Smith ones. I panned them a year ago. Didn't use them because I was too precious about them. Used them today and was like having the time of my life. Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna. You know what? I'm actively trying to not sing it because you said that. Wildflower, I've gone way past fair. So this top one is Daniel Smith. This bottom one is Sennelier. I'll let it dry because I feel like the significant shift happens more so when it's dry. Let us now paint with Winsor & Newton, which will be up here. I'm going to change my water in an attempt to be fair to all of them, because this is the colour of my water at the moment. Be right back. Wildflower. It's actually, isn't that funny? I don't know. I don't know why. It's funny. Remember I was saying like, oh, maybe I need a scale to kind of describe it in terms of like how much I want to keep painting versus not. I didn't even realize I said that until you mentioned it, and I was like, oh my gosh. The thing is also, I don't like doing review videos as a whole, because I feel like no matter what you say, someone will be offended, either because they hate the paint you love or they love the paint you hate. So I don't like doing review videos as a whole in general, but I especially don't like doing review videos for things that I don't like. Because one, I don't find the process enjoyable, and two, like I may change my mind. It's someone's hard-earned effort and money, and which is very annoying because we were saying that, oh, maybe this will be my I'm gonna move this here because I don't want my hand to be going across the screen with this every time I'm painting. So I'll just put that here on the side. So yeah, I don't like being negative, and I was thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a video about this, finally come back to YouTube, edited videos YouTube, but now I can't, because what am I gonna say? I'll be curious to see everyone else's impression of this. I'm sure it will be positive. It always is, and then I can see the positives. I do. I really do want to like it. And it's not that I dislike it. I know I literally keep sounding like I am in full blown denial. It's not that bad, I promise. It's not bad. It's not that it's bad. It's whoops. It's just not the same. And it should have been the best because it is fresh from the tube. This here, Winsor & Newton, has been dried for months. So this one, even this one is, I don't know, more enjoyable. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. I wish I knew what it was because then I could put it into words. And if I could fully put it into words, then I feel it would make it clear who this is for and who this is not for. Do you know what I mean? Because I think ultimately that's what that is the thing. This would be the perfect gouache for someone and not the perfect gouache for someone else. And I think it's the dragging thing that I don't enjoy, where it's just a lot drier than other gouache. And also I don't like the finishing effect. Although I do feel like this one is less chalky than the other one. So maybe, Terry's suggestion of just going thicker that I would normally go is the way to go when I use it. So thank you for that, Terry. It's not Mr. Gouache right, it's Mr. Gouache right now. I don't know that, Dr. Pepper. The Dr. Pepper that we had was like, Dr. Pepper, what's the worst that could happen? And there was always like something bad happening. Well, isn't that a bright colour? So you see here, like this, very watery because the actual gouache itself is still rock hard. So if I wanted to reactivate this, I would add water, I would leave it overnight, and then I would reactivate it. Am I going to do that? No, I'm not that patient. But you know what I do have? I have some new gouache. I actually bought it today with this order. Shh, don't tell anyone. I bought these two actually because in the Vintage Saga it was multiple Winsor & Newton colours that were mainly like yellows, creams. It was like duplicates, yellows, creams, whites, like those kind of colours, but no reds really. And it had some blues as well, but no reds. And so I was like, okay, I'm getting that's going to have all my yellows and blues, and now I'm going to get a couple of reds. So I got Permanent Rose, which is a red I normally use, and then and then I also got Perlin Maroon just to try it out. Yes, so I think you're right though, and it was that you and Terry are right, and it was that because when I used it thick, the results were definitely better. So that's good. And that's the thing with supplies. Sometimes you just have to adapt your approach to find a way to make it work for you. For example, when I was painting on the wood panels for the little landscapes, it wasn't completely straightforward because, like I said, I normally like doing multiple layers, and on the wood panels I could only do like 2 layers, and so I had to adjust my method. Does that mean that painting on wood is trash? No, it just means I had to paint differently. The issue I'm having now with this gouache is that it's too dry. It is too dry. That isn't Winsor & Newton's fault. That is me using gouache that has been dried for so long. And that is a testament, I guess, to the Winsor & Newton gouache, because even though it's been dry for probably as long, it reactivated fine. Whereas this is reactivating, but it's just it's too watery. So I'm using this palette because it has been wet. It was wet more recently, if that makes sense. Although again, don't know if you can see it, it's rock hard. Hold on. You see? That's how hard it is. But hold on, I didn't reactivate this one because I didn't think I would need it. So this is the I find the challenge of using gouache that is completely dry. It will, like you can see, it will reactivate. You will be able to paint with it. You will be able to make it opaque. I just find it needs it's more easy for it to be too watery. So I feel like it makes water control harder than it needs to be. And it's not like, you know, as nice and creamy and smooth as it is fresh out of the tube. But even then, even with all this water, yeah, exactly. It's it will. I think with time, I will enjoy it. I have no choice. I'm not getting rid of it. So, come what may, it's staying with me. And don't get me wrong, if I truly hated it, if it was appalling, if it didn't feel like gouache at all, if it was really streaky, the Sennelier I'm talking about, then I don't know what I would do, because I don't feel like I can return it just because I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? It's not that there's something wrong with the product, it's a me issue. It didn't live up to my expectations kind of thing. I can't return it, can I? I don't think I can. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm keeping it. Ooh. Terry says, one thing that I use and I like is putting Winsor & Newton watercolor float agent in a little spray bottle diluted half and half, as in like diluted with water as well, and spray it to freshen up the palette. Seems to freshen up the gouache that seems too stiff. Has it gone chalky? Yeah, it's getting there. It's definitely where it's going. I don't know. I'm honestly very curious to see what the reviews will be like. Will they be like mine, or will they be like, this is great? And then if they say it's great, I will keep trying, regardless of what they say. But if they say it's great, I want to see why, and I want to see the paintings, and I want to see, do you know what I mean? But I'll be curious to see, because I also remember, like, anyway, let me not get myself into trouble. But yeah, so thick is better, and we'll see. And I don't know how never mind. Honestly, painting, even with the Winsor & Newton gouache, I enjoy it more, definitely, than, yes. But it has me thinking how I didn't even realise, I kind of took it for granted how easy it was to paint with the Daniel Smith that has been dry for a year. Like, in comparison, this has been dry for maybe like a month or so, maybe a bit longer actually, but only because I keep topping it up instead of doing the full reactivation thing. So it is the gouache that the primary gouache that I've been using. Same with this one, like the Shinhan, it got rock hard, and did I reactivate it? No, I just added water and then just kept adding new paint on top, and slowly but surely it's getting reactivated. So it's definitely the lazier way to go about it. Oh, okay, I don't have because this palette is okay, hold on. Oh no, how have I got white paint all over this? Hold on, I didn't even realize, and I've got white paint all over my hands from holding it probably. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, okay, blue. So the consistency isn't what it normally is, but that's a me thing, not a Winsor & Newton thing. Do you see what I mean? The stakes are rigged in Sennelier's favour, and yet this is better. Why? Why? What's going on? Why have you done this to me? I should have painted with it in private. If I'd painted with it in private, we wouldn't be doing this stream. So I guess perhaps it's for the best. Now you know, and you won't be tempted. I've de-influenced you by accident. Yeah, no, the Daniel Smith did re-wet nicely. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't even think about it, and I was just kind of taking it for granted. Like, oh yeah, I'm painting with it. How nice, how fun. And it's only on painting now with the Winsor & Newton that I'm like, okay, this is, like, don't get me wrong, the Winsor & Newton isn't acting abnormally. This is what I would normally expect. It's been dry for a long time, and so spraying it for 5 minutes beforehand isn't enough to get it to like fresh out of the tube consistency. And so I'm working it a little bit more to reactivate it, and it is going to be more watery. And you can tell that it's more watery because, hold on, I'm going to zoom you in, and hopefully have you in focus. So you can tell that it's more watery because of all this blending that is happening. Do you see what I mean? Like, because it's so wet, it's almost like I'm painting wet on wet with watercolor, because in a way I am. And to give you an example, like if I put that, can you see like it's all like it's kind of moving on its own and it's starting to blend? That is because it's watery. Why? Because of how much water I've put in it, because it was dry. And even then it is less streaky. But I don't know. I think I just don't like it. Let's just leave it at that. It is yeah, price wise it is more affordable than, at the moment anyway. No, actually, yeah, no, it isn't. It's £50. Because I was thinking the 10 set of Winsor & Newton is the 10 set of Winsor & Newton is how much? Is £30. Used to be 10. I've been waiting for it to go to back to 10, and it just hasn't happened. But anyway, it is £30. Used to be like 10. The Sennelier I bought for £35 on sale, but is 50 for the 10 set. But actually, tell a lie, Sennelier, you get more paint. You get the 21 mils. I don't know, if I could be bothered, I would work out the price per mil, like break it down to mil. 21. So I guess you would have to do, the normal price is £50, right? So you'd have to do 50 divided, you'd have to do 5,000 divided by 210. And that's the price per mil. So I'm doing this to like pick it up. So it's not a fair comparison. But given that I am showing Winsor & Newton in a worse light than Sennelier, fair play. I just don't want to rush to judgment, you know, because when I think back to the tempera sticks, I used it and I was like, what kind of rubbish is this? And then I made a post about it straight away because I didn't like it and I didn't want anyone else to waste their money. And then I kept using it and really liked it, and then I didn't make a video specifically about them, but I did kind of talk about how much I liked them when I did my sketchbook tour, and they were all over my sketchbook tour. But yeah, I didn't like them initially. In fact, I called the blog post "All That Glitters," not "All That Glitters is Gold." I was like, oh, had such high hopes, and it looked so good, but it's just not. It's not good. And now I really like them. You see? Sorry, don't need it to be this close. Yeah, that is true. Whereas gouache, you see the scratches? I don't know if you could see the scratches. That's what happens. That's why I'm trying to find a new Prussian blue, because it crumbles and turns into like these little particles that then get into your brush, and then when you are painting, it's almost like creating scratches in your painting of Prussian blue. I'm just using a wet brush, slightly wet brush, to blend things out a bit, basically. You see? To soften some of the harsh edges that I have created, which is funny because I deliberately created the harsh edges, and now when I look at it on camera, I'm like, nope, I want softer blends. And believe it or not, I am trying to be quicker. But it's easier said than done, you know. You'd think that, oh, I've painted this so many times now that I would be super quick, but I'm not. And I feel like every painting is ever so slightly different. You know how I said I wanted to blend it out? Look at me putting harsh edges back in. David says, I'm having an issue ignoring the Roman Szmal cell when I have an issue. When I have enough. Is there ever enough? Honestly, David, I'm the same, and Terry, I am the same. Because in my head, I'm like, I have enough. I have enough. I have enough. I know I have enough. But then I'm like, how much is enough? And maybe I should have a lifetime supply. And how much is a lifetime supply? Because I don't have a lifetime supply. And I'm like, is it ever going to be as cheap as it is now? No, I should just buy it all. That's what I keep thinking. But then I have to resist. I was looking at, the wooden palette. I was really tempted by that. Like I want it for the box, which is crazy. Like the colors in it, of course, I know and I love, but I also was like, the box. I want the box. But I'm going to resist for a number of reasons. One, I have no choice. Always a good strategy to just not have enough money for it. Then you can't. And then, why else am I resisting? I'm resisting because I want to take a few trips this year. And in order to fund that, I need to have money. And that means I can't use all my money on art supplies. That's the thing I did last year. I bought less art supplies, but then it also meant that I was able to have more art trips, like Italy and Poland, and so I'm trying to remind myself of that. And I'm just trying to remind myself I have enough. But that being said, if you see me on the next live and I have more room and Szmal paints, we listen and we don't judge. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, Oh, it's blending medium that you've been using. I have some blending medium actually that I used for... I actually added it to try and combat my Prussian blue crumbling issue, but it still crumbled. Perhaps not as much, but crumbled nonetheless. So I actually forgot about it. Someone, a subscriber, very kindly gifted it to me. They gave me like a little bit. We'd met in person and they'd brought some for me so that I could add it to Prussian blue. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, so it's the blending medium that you add to gouache to help it reactivate and be a bit smoother. Yeah. I don't know why my fruits are so much bigger in this one. Believe it or not, I was trying to make them smaller because I was like trying to truly aim for midway so that I can, because here I made this one a bit smaller than that one, but hey ho. Wildflower. I think they will come to the US. When, I don't know, but it would make sense. There are so many artists in the US, like it would make sense to come there at some point. Everyone's trying to break your resolve, Wildflower. Look away, look away. But yeah, they are included. Every version of this painting is ever so slightly different. With this one, I feel like I haven't done the what are they? Apples? I don't feel like I've done them justice. I feel like they're too red, basically. And it's a question as to whether I can be bothered to look for some fresh yellow to try and resolve that. Mm. We're literally doing the opposite. No, well, wildflower, if you ever come to Europe, then you will get them for a really good price. How about that? So just save to come to Europe. This is the Winsor & Newton gouache. Ta-da! Where is? Do I have? I'm surprised. Oh, oh, here it is. I was thinking, I'm surprised I don't have a yellow ochre. It's one of the ones that come in the set of 10, so it would be unusual. Okay. Oh, should have used it, that little bit here, to put a bit of that. Mix it with blue to make a muddy green, which is perfect for this shadow. Area. And then, okay, I want to add more yellow. I want, like, you know, I like how this is bright yellow, even this has more yellow, and this is like super red. So I'm going to try and reactivate some of that yellow that I have been fighting with for a while. And if I cannot do that, then I have to, maybe I should just save myself some time and just look for a yellow tube. You see? Oh gosh. PY43, justice for PY43, our beloved colour that I just can't seem to get along with. So with these ones, I don't throw them away until I put them through the crinkle thing. And even this I haven't thrown away because I'm like, oh, there must be a little bit of gouache there, but I'm not in the mood to struggle for it right now. So I'm going to add, welcome to my cheat code. So this one that's fully dried out over there, I'm not going to be using as much. This one I do use still quite a bit, so I'm topping this one up. There we go. If I had my, I've also like run out of permanent white. That's probably what I should have got. But this is the Prussian blue. No, I haven't used it. Don't need to. This was the Pale Rose Blush, which is here, which again I really like and is one of the 28 colours that I had bought that I was scammed. So it won't be arriving. So it's another colour for me to get at some point. But yeah, now that it's fresh out of the tube, even then I take it, put it on the palette a little bit so that I have a bit more control, and then I can add it to where it's needed. And as you can see, I just don't even bother looking at the reference most of the time, apparently. Then take some more here. And that is super bright, so we'll see if it stays like that. Gouache does have like a drying shift, so light colors dry darker and dark colors dry Try lighter. Oh, what happened? I missed what was ridiculous. Yes, yes, Linda. That's exactly why I bought Dragon's Blood. Because of the name. No other reason. Didn't even know what pigment was in it. I was just like intrigued by the name. Thought it was cool. And then it turns out it's a beautiful, beautiful colour. And I've been buying that colour or that pigment ever since. I think it's PBR 25. Yes, I am tired. But, oh, I can't believe it. 4 hours. Oh, is that what's insane? No, you guys are talking about Terry. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Terry. The same thing has happened to me, and every time I mention it, I'm reminded that I need to pay it before... I don't know, do they fine you if you ignore their billing? Because I have been. I need to just pay it. It's not worth being hounded. But it's very annoying. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I am tired, but I'm also determined to finish this quest that we set up on. And to know which, you know, like which gouache is best for us, or for me. The reason that I wanted to do the actual video without me knowing which is I think that there is an element of confirmation bias when you're trying things out, like, you know, you think they're going to be good, and so they are. That being said, I thought the Sennelier was going to be good, and here we are. But also, I'd heard bad things about the Sennelier before, so maybe it is confirmation bias in that regard, but... They send it back and then charge you to do that too. That's crazy. So they put you in a catch-22. Yeah. That is the thing. Uh-oh. Oh, my hand's so wonky because I was trying to paint over my palette instead of just resting my hand down like I normally do. That's the thing. When you take shortcuts, you have to just do it twice, don't you? Okay, I'm enjoying this again. I think don't be sad, Jude. If you like it, get it. I haven't got the pink. I wish I had the pink more so than like the Pyro Red. That's just because, you know, I don't tend to use reds that much in my art. You'd never guess it by this reference. I mean, by these paintings. But this is probably the most red I've used in a long time. So, I don't know. Or I think, I don't know. What's the cost like? What does it compare cost-wise? I think maybe open stock or maybe even like special colours might be worth it. I don't know. At the moment, as it stands, I'm not personally tempted to buy any more. But I don't know. Like I said, it's not a review. It is a first impressions, and I don't know how much of it is just that I'm not used to it, but also I don't know, it's not bad. It's not that it's bad, it's just different, and I'm not sure it's my kind of different. But that doesn't mean it's not your kind of different. I feel like a politician, and not in a good way. To say like, oh, I'm not trying to be PC. I just really do believe that everyone likes different things. What I just did here is a mistake. It's gonna be watery. Yep. So yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure what to advise. I personally am not. As it stands, if you were to ask me today, would I buy this again? The answer would be no. Even the special colours, I wouldn't bother to buy. I would just buy other ones, especially given that, you know, it's not like they're cheap. If they were like Kimimiya price, maybe. But for me, they're not cheap enough for me to... I'd rather just get Holbein or Shinhan or Winsor & Newton or Daniel Smith. That's my current impression. Yeah, okay. You only buy open stock. But it's very dear here. A bit better in the UK. A bit like Daniel Smith. If it's a question of Daniel Smith or Sennelier for the gouache, I would hands down just get the Daniel Smith. Personally. I don't know what everyone else thinks. But that would be... Like, for me, it's not even... Like, the comparison might be like anything price-wise. I thought Sennelier might be around the price of the Winsor & Newton or the Holbein, you know, things like that. But if it's like between Daniel Smith, price-wise, then I mean, I would get it without batting an eye. Watercolours, I would say it depends on what you like, and, you know, I love their watercolours. So you can imagine my confusion at this. But yeah, if it's like between that and Daniel Smith, it feels like a no contest. It even then makes it a no contest with everything else, because then here Daniel Smith is 3 times the price of Holbein and why did I do that? It's 3 times the price of Holbein and Shinhan, and maybe even like maybe 2.5 the price of Winsor & Newton. So that's like why the difference is there. Do you see what I mean? Like the price difference is crazy. Which is why, you know, Jude, do you have Winsor & Newton? I also think Winsor & Newton prices are a bit wild outside of the UK. I don't know, someone like, you know, there was a time a member wanted to buy some and they said it was like $100. I was like, babe, you must be kidding. So I just sent her some. And at the time in the UK, they were like £25. So the price difference was just crazy. So again, that's why, you know, I think it can sometimes be tricky to say like which one to get or which one's the best, because it really does, for me, I'm very heavily influenced by price. And that doesn't mean that I'm going for the cheapest, but it also doesn't mean that I'm going to get ripped off. I want to know what it is roughly. What do you guys say? You guys don't say trolley. You say cart? Yeah, Windsor and Newton. But Holbein is affordable there, no? Oh, I don't know, Jude. I don't use raw umber, you know. Perhaps it's not a surprise to anyone. Like, look at my colours and like, yeah, we can tell. I want like a red kind of colour here. Oh yeah, then I would say definitely Shinhan or Holbein. Like, I mean, over the past few weeks, months, I've been using Shinhan more than my Winsor and Newton. And if it's like a thing of, and bearing in mind, Winsor and Newton and Shinhan are, Winsor and Newton is like £5.50 here. It used to be £4 in the good old days. But anyway, it's £5.50 here. Shinhan is like £4.90. So like 60p cheaper per tube, roughly. Which to me, they're quite comparable, quite similar prices. So if you're telling me that, for example, Winsor and Newton is twice the price, I would just get Shinhan. I also really enjoy Holbein and enjoy the feel of Holbein. I just feel like the thing with Holbein and sometimes Shinhan to a certain extent as well is that you just have to, you know, double check the pigments and get the pigments that work for you basically, because there are some that won't be light fast. There are some that will be perhaps less common pigments or whatever, and if you want that, that's good. Like in my Shinhan palette, for example, I have some colors like this. Like you can see, if you compare the palettes, you can see the palettes themselves look quite different, like colors wise. And for some that's lovely because they are lovely and still like light fast colors that you can use and whatnot, and for some it's like weird pigments that may fade with time. So I guess it depends on whether you care about that or not. Yes, exactly that, Jude. Yeah. But also, when you come, you can stock up on the colors that you want, you know? You can get if you want to get the Winsor and Newton, for example, because it's again also more affordable here, then you can just get all of them. Not all the paints. I mean, all the colors that you want. Yes, exactly that. So Holbein, I believe, I don't know if it's Holbein or Shinhan. One of them has a magenta called primary magenta, and that one appears to be light fast and to be, I think, like PR122 or PV19, like a normal pigment, as opposed to BV15. I can't quite remember off the top of my head which one is the two. Which one is of the two. My English is leaving me. But it doesn't matter because I am going to finish this. So I've accidentally put this in front of this, but that's okay. We can have some differences. It'll be curious to see when this dries. Oops, no contraire. Accidentally started picking up the Shinhan, which I can't do yet. But yeah, it'll be curious to see how all of these compare when they're dry. Okay, closing that. And now we have Shinhan. I haven't compared Holbein, but I feel like we can all agree that I have tried my best in this comparison. One last one to go. Is all this dry now? I think it is. So I can just thing. So yeah, with the Shinhan, again, it was one that I hadn't used in a while, let dry out. And then over the past few weeks, I started using it again. And you can see, let's say, for example, I haven't used the red. So it's been dry for months, but can you see that you can't fully hear it as opposed to when I was tapping the Winsor & Newton and it was rock hard. So when it's like that, it just means it's going to reactivate better and more easily, and I'm not going to have as big an issue with water control. Jude, believe me, I will stuck up. Derwood. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely like eyeball and see the cost of things and be like, okay, is it worth buying? I would also say, Derwood, it's worth checking in the Netherlands, because it does appear that the price, you know, courtesy of Brexit and whatnot, the prices are significantly different. The only thing is that I don't know how you then travel. Oh, Jude, that is so good. My sister wants to go to Japan, and honestly, I am completely on board with that. Even if she goes, because at that point I didn't know if I'd go with her or she's going with friends. But either way, I'm completely on board, because I would love for her to just come back with lots of Shinhan, lots of Holbein. Oh, it's here. Oh, did I do it again? No. Managed to avoid it this time. Just about. The white that I got all over my tin. Okay, so let's start again. Despite all my efforts to make this higher, I guess it is a bit higher. I don't want to get rid of this completely. I actually like that section, so maybe I'll bring this down a bit. Like that. Just roughly marking it out. And then up, it can go a bit higher up here, and then adding little bits of yellow and little bits of this really pretty green that I've forgotten the name of. Five Stories of Pure Happiness. I know, I can't wait. Yeah, it is. I'm actually jealous, but part of me is I want to go to Italy. I always want to go to Italy, but every year, where do I want to go? Italy. So yeah, I want to go to Italy, but will I go to, I don't know. I've never really been organized enough to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and just like get it delivered to my hotel. I assume that's a thing that can be done, but I've personally never done it. But that would be ideal. Yeah, the 10 set of the Winsor & Newton gouache is around £30. 5 years ago, I know, like, I should let it go, but 5 years ago it was £20. To me, that is a crazy price jump. I want this to be more white. I'm making it to color, yeah. But how much is it in Australia? Jude, where are you do you deliver it to people, or do you mean hotels? Because I'm like, okay, if I'm going to these places, there will be hotels. Can I just get it delivered there? Will it arrive? Maybe I should email the hotel and ask them. It just feels more high pressure because obviously there's like a narrow window for me to like receive things, and I don't want it to be a thing of like, oh, can't find it, it's in the back office. I don't know. Okay, so put some details there and down and a little bit more of that blue. How much is it in the US, Terry? Because I think the person I was talking to, the person that I sent it to was in Canada, and it was a ridiculous price. And then I'm pretty sure it's also quite expensive in the UK, in the US, and it's hard. That kind of thing is hard for me to ignore. Like I know that the paint Holbein, for example, is cheaper in Japan, but I feel like okay, it's a bit cheaper, but it's affordable here. If it was like £100 here, then I wouldn't get it. 63 US, yeah. And I think it was like 100 Canadian or something like that. And I was like, I just can't. And bearing in mind, it's like I said, it's jumped up more recently. Before it was 20, a set of 10. And the open stock, which to be fair was okay, a very good price. The open stock was £4, and like I said, now it's like £5.50. This is the shin hand that I'm using now, and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it again. I was starting to think, oh, maybe I'm just too tired, and that's why it's getting a bit harder to paint. But actually, I think I was struggling with the water control here, and I managed to wrangle it under control in the end. But that's why I don't like painting with dry gouache. Whereas here, although it's dry, because it's dry but soft, basically, it just reactivates a little bit easier. Needs less water, which means it's the right consistency off the bat and just makes it more enjoyable. The exchange rate is in our favour, yeah. So if we were to recap, it would be what did I say for the Daniel Smith? Like I don't want it to end. Then the Sennelier was I can't wait for this to be over. The Winsor & Newton was just silence. And the shin hand was like, I'm enjoying it. Like all is right with the world. I was worried I hate gouache. And now I'm like, no, I don't hate gouache. It's all good. Oh yeah. The 6-pack is the equivalent of 88 Australian dollars, which is like £44. Oh, for the 6-pack, it's just genuinely not worth it. It's not. It's not. That would put it as what? My maths. Where is my maths? What is 44 divided by 6? It's like 22 divided, like £7 something. It's not worth twice the price of Holbein. or Shinhan? $115. Wait, no. You mean the set of 6 is 126 Australian dollars? Yeah, gouache is still bay. Gouache and watercolor. Little bit of water and look at that. Watered down, but still beautiful, vibrant, not streaky. Gosh. Gouache is a wonderful thing. Don't have, so I have like bright red. And bearing in mind these colors, this is the Shinhan gouache, so these colors are colors that I wasn't like fully used to. You can tell it's quite different to my normal palette, but it is so enjoyable. And colors, I guess, a big thing for me, like well, I didn't fully realize it, but apparently so I get told. But I mean that like if I don't have a lot of colors that I enjoy, then it makes it harder to paint, and also, you know, steeper. You have more of a learning curve basically because you don't fully know what colors are going to mix what way and blah blah blah. And the Sennelier colors are normal standard colors that I would use all the time. So I would say with the Winsor & Newton, it was watery, so I should have, so that in itself posed a challenge, and thus this should look worse than this in theory. And with this, it's colours that I'm not that used to, and doesn't always come naturally to me, and yet it's just nicer. Oh, thank you so much, Wildflower. 88 is special. Oh, that is dreadful. For the set of 6, 126. So that's like what, £63 for a set of 6. So it's like £10. Did I say 66? 63? Yeah, 63. So it's like £10.50 per tube. That is Daniel Smith prices. Well, a bit cheaper, just a bit cheaper, but that is more than twice the price of Shinhan and Holbein. And I don't know, unless you're deeply in love with Winsor & Newton. Anyway, stock up on your hair. Definitely. If you like enjoy it and stuff. But I think I guess this is the thing for me. I don't mind paying more for things that are high quality, but what, to me, that's a trading agreement that's made it that price. It's not that the paints are worth that much. And that is what makes it hard. Hard to pay for. Do you see what I mean? Daniel Smith is expensive in the US, it's expensive here. Not as expensive in the US as it is here, but at least it's like, that is where the value and the cost was. But if Daniel Smith was like £4 in the US and £10 here, I wouldn't be able to buy it. I'd feel like I was getting, you know, inadvertently ripped off. Or maybe I would buy it to try it to know, and then and then not buy it, you know. I'm a bit too curious to probably not buy it at all. Okay, let's do the limes. Yeah. $37. Ah, so, oh, initially I thought you meant the set of 10. Yeah. $37 is like what, £30 for 6, so that's like £5, which is what we pay for at open stock. So it's costly but not a complete rip-off. Whereas it seems that in Australia I'm really bad at like not understanding accents, but knowing where people are from based on the accents. I can't place it. You could tell me it could be Australian, it could be South African, it could be Scottish. I don't even know if I would know the difference. I wish I'd left more space and I hadn't made these fruits so gigantic, but we're here now. And there's nothing that. I mean, there is. I could fix it, but I just don't know if I can be bothered. You know? Should I? Should I fix it? I don't know. Let's see. How desperately do I want the table to be in it? Not that desperately, to be fair, so maybe I'll just not fix it. I do wish this lime ended here, so that this lime, I don't know. So maybe I will fix it. Oh, Daniel Smith, 4 sets, $42, and there's like £54 here. It used to be, when it came out, I think it was like 48 or just under 48, something like that, and so it was something like £12 per tube. Don't get me wrong, I only used a little bit, and you saw I was able to do that whole painting with a tiny bit. I didn't even, yeah. It's crazy. Okay, let me add a little bit of texture. Dude, it's gonna be exactly that. It's gonna be like, how much is it in Australia? How much is it in the UK? How much is it in the USA? Most people are from abroad, which is incredible. It makes me feel even more honored. I can't explain it. It's like, wow, transatlantic and like just big flights to come, and I'm just so honored. Honestly, I can't wait. I said it's in part why I keep painting. One, because I'm really excited for it, and two, because I'm like, oh yeah, I need to keep these painting skills sharp. Need to be on it. But honestly, I think just being able to get together and to talk in person and paint in person and just dedicate time to painting, 4 days, no chores, all food provided. It's gonna be amazing. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm really excited and grateful. It's so funny because I've done a video, like a goals video, 2 years ago now, and in it I was like, I really want an art retreat. I'm gonna dream big. I hope that I can do it one day, and I'm just, putting it out there, and I don't know if it can happen, but I really want it to happen. And little did I know, a few years later, it would come to pass. What did I do? I don't know why the shape looks so weird on camera. I promise it's not that weird in real life. Or maybe it is. No, it's definitely not. Is it getting bigger? Yeah, because I'm adding more and more details, but it's definitely not a weird shape. It was who, Durwood, was it you who sent me the meme of like the longer you look at your art, the weirder it gets. Which poll did you vote in, Jude? Enjoy your snacks, Wildflower. Thank you for joining. Yes, I do. I still want to do that, but I can't do it this time. That's the thing. I try to make it as affordable as possible, and that means that things like massages can't be included. But I would love it, and honestly, I really, really need a massage. I can't look to the left properly because my neck is so stiff from operating. And don't get me wrong, I had a wonderful time operating. And I do enjoy my job, but it's slowly breaking down my body, which makes it challenging. Hey, Anwar, for gouache, you start with darker colours, right? Unlike with watercolour. So it depends. You can start with lighter colours, you can start with darker colours, but the beauty of it is that you have the option to do either. I know some people like starting with darker colours and then layering lighter colours on top. I honestly don't know which one I do. I would have to like watch back my paintings and see. I feel like I probably still start with, I feel like I'm doing both. Like in some places, if it's dark colors there, I start with a dark color. If it's a light color there, I start with a light color. And I feel like my natural inclination is to start with a light color and then layer dark on top, and then know that if I want to add light on top of that, I can. In my head, it makes me feel like I would waste less paint, but I don't know if that is actually accurate. But I do both, basically, because I can with gouache. Good morning. Oh, there's two of you from Kuwait. What a small world. Oh, Shauna. Well, I hope you start to feel better. And you never know. Maybe one day we'll get to meet. Not this year, but like I said, I was talking about this years ago, and it's now finally happening. And even when I was talking about it, it was like a dream, a hope, maybe. And then obviously, I told you I'd like reached out to Uptrack twice and got rejected twice. And I was so like, I didn't even realize that they were rejecting me. They were completely polite about it, but they were like, oh no, we are invite only. So I was like, so who needs to invite me? Like, I didn't even understand, I was just like, who needs to invite me? And I can ask them to invite me. And meanwhile, they were saying like, no, we only invite certain people and we don't want you. And then I waited a little while, like I think another year. And then I asked them again, like, hey, I'm really interested in doing an art retreat. How do I do it? And then again, they were like, sorry, invite only. And I'm like, I don't get it. What do you mean? And then like, I was thinking about it and I realized, and I was like, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. As I say, they were perfectly nice, but I have not made the cut, which is fine. I'm just really grateful that we're still able to do it, you know. Okay. Let's add, that's a bit of white there. Let's add the little shadow. And add the tiny bit of table that I have available here, which with this brown. Like that. TBD. To be determined. Don't know if I like this brown. Let me add a bit of orange to make it a bit warmer. Oh, and why you've never tried gouache but started thinking of trying some after watching my videos. I'm glad, honestly, I love gouache for its versatility because I can water it down and almost use it like watercolor. It's not watercolor, but you know. But then I can also have it thick, and I guess it is, when I see people's artwork sometimes with it, it reminds me of like that kind of, it's not like oil, or I don't know, I haven't painted with oil, but to me sometimes when I look at people's paintings with gouache, it reminds me of oil. I can't explain why. Like the painting itself looks like an oil painting. I don't know, I just think it's really nice and versatile, and once you tackle the growth, the kind of learning curve that is present because of the water consistency, once you tackle that and you've wrapped your head around it, then it's just really nice to use. And also the color shift, it's really nice. Let me take this all the way to the edge. And add a little bit of blue to make it cooler after I made it warmer. And add a shadow here. And okay, more detail here. Just gonna add a little bit of a table here. Oh, what did I miss? My bad. I've heard great things about Oman, actually. I was going to go there because there was a conference a few years ago, but I didn't get everything ready in time. What a small world. What are the odds that both of you would be from Kuwait and come on at the same time? Gosh, gotta love, you know, this part of this side of the internet is just amazing. That we all get to connect with our love of gouache and watercolor. Okay, let me make some purple. Start doing our lines around everything. And I think if it wasn't so late, I would maybe, this one was probably the quickest, I think. I don't know, maybe I'll look back on the replay and realize I took like 3 hours to do this one painting. But it feels like it was the quickest, and it was just really enjoyable to paint with, I think. And I didn't feel like I was fighting with it, as you guys described some of my other painting earlier this evening. So I do think it's a personal preference thing. You know what's bad? Actually, never mind. I broke my nail. I've put the replay up for members. I've put the replay up for the session that we had yesterday, by the way. I didn't do it yesterday because I was quite busy afterwards, but I have remembered and I have put it up now. So if you want to watch the replay, you can. We did, because it was like a studio session where actually everyone was doing their own thing. It's nice because it's kind of like a informal art podcast, if you will, of everyone just, asking questions and talking about different things. But then what I did is halfway through, I stopped recording so that, everyone could talk about everything they want, knowing that it's not recorded. So, speak freely. Don't speak your mind. I would love to go to Kuwait. Honestly, I love traveling. And there's something so wonderful about meeting people and discovering new cultures. And I think especially when we all, to go and create art. Like, now I just want to explore the world and paint it. Do you know what I mean? I keep thinking about all these places that I went to before I was painting. And I'm like, if only I was painting then. I feel like I would see the world, I would have seen it even better. Do you see what I mean? Like, painting has changed the way I see everything, and it's helped me pay more attention. So yeah, maybe one day when I go, I wouldn't keep it a secret. So hopefully you would see it and then you could meet. You never know. I don't know where I'm going to go this year. So this year I'm hoping to go to France and to Italy. I haven't got any proper big trips planned otherwise. Honestly, I promise you, I feel like I'm looking at the camera and it looks like the weirdest shape. But it's just not. It really is like that meme. And it's like an artist looking at their artwork, and it basically says the longer you look at your art, he looks at it initially and it looks great, and then he looks at it like a few minutes later and it looks wonky, and then he keeps looking at it and it gets just weirder and weirder and weirder each time that he looks at it. Boston was what? Invite only? No, it was for members. So you were invited. You should have got an email. It was the... Likewise, Anwar, if you ever come to London... I've met I've met subscribers unintentionally when I've gone to art events, which has been like really lovely and also really surprising because I just never thought anyone would recognize me in public, and that's happened and that's been nice. And then I also had one subscriber, a really lovely lady, and we met and went for coffee and drinks twice. I need to reach out to her actually, she was really nice. Normally I have more stranger danger, but you know. It just so happened that we met and we got on. I feel like I am making this weirder the more I'm painting on it. That's what I feel like. So I feel like the key difference, if I look at all these paintings, the key difference is that this area here isn't dark in the other painting. So let me just undo that. See, beauty of gouache, fixed. And then hopefully that will look less wonky when I look at it in the morning. Or maybe the camera was right all along. But also if I look at this, I'm like, oh, okay, more contrast. So let me do, like, you know, here it's got like a little bit of purple. So let me draw inspiration from that, make it even more purple. Maybe add a bit of red so it's not completely out there. And then add some contrast here. It always feels scary doing these kind of things, you know, because it's dark and it feels like, oh, if it's a mistake, it's going to be harder to cover up. But gouache is forgiving enough that you can fix it. So, you know, try, see, discover what you like and what you don't like. And it's interesting because I'm using the reference photo as a starting off point, but actually what I'm finding more helpful is looking at my paintings and seeing which parts of them I like and translating that over. Okay, so I know that they are all slightly different. Make it another oh, like this bit. I actually could have done. I didn't even see that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think I can call that done. So, oh no, I've got paint all over my everywhere. So what we have here is Daniel Smith's Sennelier, Winsor & Newton, Shinhan. You thought it was a mango? You thought this one was a mango? I don't know. I think they mean this is a, if I add a pit. Is it this one that you mean if I add a pit, it's an avocado? I'm curious on thoughts and conclusions and oh gosh, my hands are covered in paint. If I move this sometimes, so I've just moved the light away. Sometimes when the light is away, you can see colors a little bit clearer. I don't know if that's actually made it clearer for you. In theory, this should be darker, but I like it. Should I make it red like the rest so it's more similar? I don't think so. You and me both, Linda. I actually started eating more fresh fruit because I started painting them. So I was buying them to paint them. So which ones do you like? Which ones do you... This is the Sennelier again. Maybe I can zoom in and then you guys can see. The Shinhan wins for vibrancy. Yeah, it's crazy. Okay. So that's like, this is the, oh, sorry. My instinct is to lift it up, but I keep forgetting my camera doesn't have autofocus. If it does, it gets really annoying and just keeps focusing on my hand instead of the actual painting. Okay, so that's Daniel Smith. That's Sennelier. Can you see what I mean? Winsor & Newton. Shinhan. Now, obviously, I am human, so I can't paint everything exactly the same way. So I do appreciate that there's some differences in the paintings themselves. But if you can like look past that and look at the colors, sorry, don't look at the colors, but look at the paint. Oopsie. Sennelier. Everyone else. And I feel like you see, I feel like I can see it when I'm looking here. Even though like this is darker, yes, but to me this bit looks a bit chalky. The rest looks fine. Hey Sharon. Yeah, that's what I'm like stuck on. And this is like the other one. Also Sennelier. Time will tell. All of these other ones are Shinhan. It's very interesting, very, very interesting. I think enjoyment wise, I enjoyed the Daniel Smith and the Shinhan the most. The Winsor & Newton, I was struggling with reactivating it with water, but even then I enjoyed it more than the Sennelier, and I don't know why. I think it's the dragging, and I think it's a dragging feeling I didn't enjoy as much. And even when I made it thicker, obviously it dragged more. And I feel like making it thicker has made it more vibrant than before. But to me, it still looks like... No, okay, it doesn't. To me, it looks like if I rub my finger, it will come off on my finger. It doesn't, but that's what it looks like. Oh, Shinhan, Daniel Smith, Winsor & Newton, and then Sennelier. These are like all except Sennelier. I'm really cute. It's Boston. You're so sweet. It's so funny. But yeah, I'm really curious to know everyone's favorite, just as you're here. Maybe I'll put it up as a post, and it'll be funny because they won't have seen the video, so they will just vote. Hold on. They will just vote based on what they see, but then again, I feel like they'll vote based on like composition or the colors that I've used, or you know, which one has better contrast and stuff. And I'm kind of asking, look past my painting and look at the paint itself. And for me, like the Shinhan vibrancy, beautiful. Like these two are my favorites, but I even like this. I think I like my painting in this, maybe because it was like an element of more wet on wet, so it's a bit more unpredictable, so it's kind of like mixing the good parts of watercolor with gouache together. And then with this one, I like the painting because I like the painting, but it's just not the same. I feel like the difference is even more pronounced in real life. It's so interesting that you guys are seeing that the Sennelier looks like an oil painting. It looks like a museum painting. Perhaps because it's more muted? It's so yeah, I'm genuinely curious. It seems to be the top two seem to be the Daniel Smith and the Shinhan. Based on the live stream. What an unintentional video. That's the thing with live streams. You never really know where they're gonna go. And like I said, I look at this painting and I like it. I even like that it's I feel like the fact that it's a bit more muted leads well to the painting itself. But I don't know, so maybe it's just that it's a bit more muted and that's what it's making me hard to adjust. But for me, Winsor and Newton is more muted, so for that to be even more muted than Winsor and Newton. In real life, the Sennelier is more muted and less vibrant, yes. So I don't know, if maybe I shine the light like this, so it's in part, and then I zoom in and focus. I wish that I could show it clearly. Like, it is less muted. And all of them have white in them. Do you see what I mean? This is the Sennelier. This is the Daniel Smith. Sennelier, Daniel Smith. Half and half. Do you see what I mean? Or like Sennelier, Shinhan, Sennelier, Shinhan, Sennelier, and Shinhan side by side. I know it's a little bit out of focus. But can you see what I mean? That it's like slightly, it's more muted. I can't believe I've got paint all over my fingers. I'll be curious to see what everyone thinks. These are the Winsor & Newton and the Shinhan. And then this is the other Sennelier painting. Thank you, Boston. So, I mean, I think if I were to conclude it, I would say that it is gouache. It is gouache. It's not bad. It's just not my favorite. It's more muted. It's got more of a drag. Which for me means that I was having to add water more often. But if you like doing dry brush, then you'll probably enjoy it. A few people have said it looks like oil. I don't know why that is the case in terms of like, if you mean my painting style or the way that it dried, or maybe because you can see the brush strokes and they're more pronounced. But I guess that perhaps if that's something someone's going for. Yes, it might be, Linda. I'm curious if it's like an age thing, and whether it's a thing of like liking brighter colors versus more muted colors. And it would be interesting, even as I get older, will my choice in color change? And then the other thing is, I mean, who was it Monet, that as his site was changing, his paintings also started to change? I believe they became less and less saturated, but in my head, if someone's not seeing as much, they would get brighter and brighter. But again, I don't know, maybe they will change. What are my thoughts on the Himi? I liked the Himi. The Himi is like a student gouache, so I liked it in the sense that it's gouache and it has so much paint that I felt very free to experiment and to play with it. But I didn't find it to be as opaque. I didn't find the consistency to be I didn't find it as easy to layer. And in fact, I created a video where I compared the Himi gouache to some other gouache that I got that was even cheaper than it, and also to the Winsor & Newton. And to me, there was just such a significant difference between the Himi and the Winsor & Newton, that I'm grateful to the Winsor & Newton, to the Himi, because it got me to a point where I felt comfortable enough to try gouache and get the Winsor & Newton. But once I started painting with Winsor & Newton, I never really went back to Himi because I wasn't able to layer as much. The colours weren't quite as vibrant to me. So I think it's good. I think it's okay. And I think it's affordable. And I think that if someone is unsure about gouache perhaps and they want to try as many colours as possible because they don't like colour mixing, then it can be a really good option. Oh yeah, it was Monet, yeah. He got cataracts and became even more impressionistic. So who knows, maybe with time. But yeah, no, I've thoroughly enjoyed that though, actually doing that comparison and that painting. It's not what I thought would happen. I thought I would come, love it, be like, this is fantastic, get it, and we'd all be happy that we got our first review like straight in there, you know. I thought it'd be really exciting. That being said, I've really enjoyed it, so yeah, I think that's a good plan, to use up all your Hemi and then get some nice gouache. Because honestly, when I got the nice gouache, I was like, I was still painting with the Hemi a bit, but not much. And then like not at all. And I'd made the mistake of buying like 2 or 3 sets of Hemi because I saw them like 50% off, and I was like, yes, I'm gonna get it. And like basically I've got like 1,000 mils of gouache. Thank you, Derwed. Linda, fun fact about Matisse is that he did not have any money, so he sold the same image twice to get more colours. What do you mean he sold the same image twice? As in like he'd have to do the same painting twice? Oh, I keep dropping my paintbrush straight into the paint. No, thank you so much, Terry. Thank you all. I hope that if you great impressions of the Sennelier gouache and your comparisons and insights. I know it just ended up being like a completely unintentional review. Oh, it's not a review, it's a first impressions, a thorough first impressions with swatching, and not 1, 2, 3, 4, but 5 paintings. Hey, Agent XP, thank you so much. I did a comparison of the different paints, basically, and I'm curious to see, when you're looking at these, which one would you say is the least vibrant? Or actually, 2 questions. Which one is your favorite and which one is the least vibrant? If we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I did not know that, Linda. Thank you so much, Terry. But yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this video. Can you imagine? My intention was also to do like some paintings with the Essentials palette, answer any questions that you may have had, because, you know, I am not, I'm not an ambassador, but I've got literally over 200 questions about the Essentials palette. Where can I get it? Where can I get it? What colors are out in it? Do you like it? What do you think? Because that video, when I made it, I think had like 14,000 views. And I thought it would be available within a week or two. It's been like a year and 3 months. And now it's finally available, which is why I've made a point of letting everybody know. Everybody know. Okay, so Agent XP, are you saying that 3 is your favorite or 3 is the least vibrant? It depends on where you are, the Mean Black Girl. If you are looking for urban sketching specifically, if you go to Urban Sketches, I think it's .org, but if you Google Urban Sketches, then you will see they have a website where they share all their formal like groups. So there's London, there's Bristol, there's probably Brighton, like in the UK, for example. So there's quite a few different places. There's Bologna. Oh, there's Bologna. There's Venice. There's Padova, Milan. Anyway, so if you go on there, you'll be able to see all the different cities that they meet. And then once you know the cities that they meet in, you can find their Instagram and get in touch with them. And they will basically tell you, or usually post where and when they are going to meet. So that's if you want like the formal Urban Sketches one. I think that's probably the easiest way to start off, because then when you're there, you can maybe see if there's any other groups going on more locally. I hope that helps. Agent XP. So I saw Agent XP say number 3, but do you mean number 3 is your favorite or number 3 is the least vibrant? Because number 3 is the Sennelier one, which I believe was also the least vibrant. And that's this one. And that's what confused me, and that's what led me to doing all these paintings, because I did this and it kind of felt like it was more muted, and thus I wanted to compare it to the other types of gouache. And yeah, no, you're welcome. If anyone has any questions, I'm always happy to answer. Do I get energized by the lives? I do get energized by the lives, Boston. It's interesting because I feel like I get more energized and more not hyper, but like, you know, I do get more energized, but I also get tired. It takes a lot to like I don't know, it takes a lot. So I get tired because I guess time is passing by and I am painting and talking and reading and multitasking. So it's mentally heavier in that side of things. And but I do get energized, and I think that's why I then don't want to end them. And it's weird, I always ask myself, am I an introvert or an extrovert? But I think I am an introvert, because I like being alone, but I'm also like being in people's company. I don't know. I think I'm an introvert, but I think I'm not shy. I think I'm like an extroverted introvert or a chatty introvert. You know what I mean? I don't know. Agent XP, you're bang on the money. Number 4 is in fact Shinhan. and yeah, it is the brightest. I'm surprised that you can see it, because when I'm looking at it now, to me, Shinhan looks similar to Daniel Smith in terms of brightness, but so far you guys can tell that it's brighter, which is really interesting. Number 3 is Sennelier. Then Linda, see your favourites is number 2, which is this one, which is Winsor & Newton. And then this one here is Daniel Smith. Ambivert. Yeah, my sister says I'm an ambivert as well. I'm not quite sure what that means, but or is ambivert the one where you adjust to social situations? I think she said I'm something like that, where because I'm completely fine in crowds and chatting and things like this. I will feel more energized. It will probably take me like an hour to fall asleep because I'll be buzzing and happy and excited that we are all together and that we get to chat, and that it was a good live stream and I didn't know where it was going to go and it just went to all the best places. So I'll be really happy and excited about that. And then, but I'll also be tired. But because I'll be like happy and on a bit of a high, it will take me a while to fall asleep. Which is fine. It's okay. I'm on nights. Yes, exactly. I need to recharge afterwards. And that's the thing. I'll go through like a burst and be like, same thing when I went to Italy to the festival, and also like when I went to the retreat, I think it was a bit less so because we were together in the day but kind of focused on doing our own paintings, and then in the evenings you're like by yourself, so I could like recharge. But yeah, that's what it feels like I can spend loads of time with people and I get more excited and more hyper and excited and hyper excited and like just keep getting more and more excited and so happy, and just grateful for being part of the community and getting to spend time with people and paint together. And so I get like happy and my energy just keeps going high, and then I need to recharge afterwards alone. You thought one was the second. That's interesting. Yeah, it's when I'm looking at them. Okay, when I'm looking at them, I don't know. I can't tell. I would say it's 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of brightness. In terms of favorites, I have no idea. The painting with the Daniel Smith with a dry gouache pan that has been dry for like a year was wonderful. So nice. To my shock and surprise, and I used a little bit of gouache and it went so far and it was just so enjoyable to paint with. Same with Shinhan, although Shinhan has been dry for less time. Enjoyable. Like I thought I was getting quite, because I painted this one and this one and this one and this one, so I was thinking here I was struggling a bit and I was like, maybe I'm just really tired and that's why. And then I started painting with this and I was like, no, it's not that I'm tired, it's that I was struggling with the fact that my gouache was completely rock hard when I was painting with this, and still I enjoyed this more than that. Oh, Cotman or professional? I haven't used a professional enough to say, and I think it depends on where you are in the world, because I also think that because, like, say for example, if you're in the US, the price of Cotman is wild. You might as well just get a different brand that's professional grade and has more pigment. If you're in the UK, Cotman is like £15 for a set of 12. So if you want to start, you can start with that, dip your toes in that. Or with Van Gogh. That's how I started and I enjoyed them. And then I started painting with Daniel Smith and they were so pigmented that I kept painting with them. And then I started painting with Raymond Szmal, which I'd bought because I could afford them. They were really cheap back in the day. Really, really cheap. It was like £3 for a full pan. Wild prices. And so, hold on, I'll put my face back so that it's not fully like a podcast. Okay, so it was like £3 for a full pan back in those days. And I've wrapped my hair in a funny way. Anyway, so where was I going with this? Oh yeah, so I thought that they must be student grade, because how else could they be so affordable? And I thought I'd had some really rubbish paints in the past, so I didn't want to repeat that mistake. But then, so I didn't buy them the first time, and then the second time I bought them because I was like, okay, I can't really afford anything else, so I'll buy them and use them even if they are student grade. And then when I used them, I was like, hold up, these are not student grade, they're so awesome. I absolutely love them. And that's why I started making videos, because I was like, if you're like me and you're on a budget and you're looking for good quality professional grade paints, get these, they're incredible. and the rest is kind of history. Now they do cost more, and that was the thing I'd said when I was making the videos. At the end of pretty much all the videos, I'd be like, look, yeah, this price don't make sense. It can't be, it's not going to be this price forever. I don't know if it's just like the launch, the promo, the, you know, getting out there so people get to know you before you adjust the price. But it can't be, it does not make sense for this to be £3 for a full pan when it's the same quality as more expensive ones. So it won't be like this forever. Get it now before it goes up. And then like 2 years later, every 6 months or so, the price went up, and here we are now. So they've caught up with everyone else. And I feel a similar way with Rosa Gallery. They're not the same quality. I do prefer other paints more so, but Rosa Gallery are really nice nonetheless. They're good and their price is good. So if someone's like, what's the most affordable pro grade watercolors, is Rosa Gallery. Agent XP, you're the same too. Oh, hey Bina. Oh my, what time is it? Oh, I'm actually scared to look at the time. It must be like, I started at 11. It must be like 4. Boston is, where do I get the energy? Do I get the energy while being alone? I don't know. I feel like I feel most energetic when I'm with people, but I'm very, very tired afterwards. Does that make sense? Yeah, if that's what she said, she ain't lying. Like, to me, I didn't know what to expect. I sprayed, you guys saw me, I sprayed all of them. I was like, yeah, they're going to be dry, but we'll try them anyway. And if anything, that means that everything else was starting at a lower, you know, from a lower position than the Sennelier, because the Sennelier is fresh from the tube. All the others are dried, which I don't tend to prefer as much. And with the Daniel Smith, I forgot that it was dry. And then I had to, you know, I was here thinking, I was like, well, it's been like a year. And yeah, it's like this. And I don't know, one of our members yesterday was talking about Daniel Smith, and she said that after 3 weeks it grew mold, which really shocked me and surprised me. And this, like I said, has been closed for a year and hasn't grown anything. But that being said, I let it dry out because I didn't want it to grow anymore. But yeah, risking it all. Almost dropped everything. Winsor & Newton Pro. I'm in the UK. Cass Art have 24 set for a great price. I haven't used the Pro that much, I can't lie. I bought it, I had every intention of using it, and then I started using the Daniel Smith and the Szmal and the Sennelier and the Rosa Gallery and all the and all the others. And it's crazy because it's like I could paint every day. Okay, I couldn't, but if I were to paint every day, I still wouldn't finish my supply. Like I would still have so many supplies that I just don't use. If I were to dedicate a month to every brand, it would probably take me like 5 years to finish. If I'm being honest, like I could do one month of Daniel Smith gouache, 1 month of Daniel Smith watercolor, 1 month of Szmal watercolor, 1 month of Sennelier, 1 month of like we'd be here for years and I still wouldn't finish, which is a bit annoying because sometimes like I haven't used so many supplies in so long, and then I don't feel best placed to advise you on it. But what I can advise you on today is this experience that we have had with the Sennelier. I would actually run out of ultramarine. I would. I can't believe during that retreat I ran out of it 3 times. I felt both. It was very interesting, right? Because one of these weird, irrational, I wouldn't go as far as calling it a fear, but it's definitely a discomfort that I have, is that I will run out of art supplies, right? Like, I don't want to run out of it, and I keep feeling like, oh my gosh, I'll run out and I won't be able to afford to replace them. And so, anyway, so come to the retreat and paint with abandon and run out of ultramarine 3 times. And I felt satisfied. You know, I was like, oh, this is a good feeling. Like, oh my gosh, I'm actually painting so much that I am running out of paint. Like, who knew? Who knew this was possible? And painting so much with the same thing. And I feel like that's what led me to, you know, because a few months later, I did the watercolor series in my membership. And in it, I was like talking about my favorite parts of watercolor and different techniques. And I just felt like I saw, in my opinion, a jump in my comfort and progress with watercolor because I dedicated so much time to painting with the same thing. Boston, I'm the same. So then what does that make us? Is ultramarine my favorite color? Hey Cassandra, it's not necessarily my favorite color, but it is the color that apparently I use a lot. And yeah, I think I use it a lot for my shadows. I use it a lot for my greens, and it just naturally ended up being the color that I ran out of. Followed by nickel azo yellow, followed by quin magenta, followed by a brown of any type. So in my Roman Szmal palette, it was my benzimidazole brown. In my Daniel Smith palette, it was Piemontite. Yeah. It was, yeah, it's that. So, but it's a very helpful, useful colour. It's, and yeah, I ran out of it, and then what did I do? I ran out of it, and then someone very kindly topped it up for me, like gave me a bit, and then I ran out of that again, and I switched from my Daniel Smith to my Roman Szmal palette, and then I ran out of it, and then I bought some more ultramarine, which was good. Part of me was like, can you imagine if I hadn't carried I don't know why I carried so much paint. And I was painting a lot, and I was painting bigger. I was just painting non-stop. I couldn't stop. I was so inspired and excited to be painting. And I just wanted to, like, I was enjoying the process, which makes me want to keep painting. But also I had so many questions in my head, so many things that I wanted to like test out and try out and do differently, like tone, focus more on color, change the composition. And I just kind of felt like I needed to keep painting so that I could get the answers to all these art questions that I had. Yeah, Piemontite is a lovely color. Ultramarine yellow, favorite green, burnt sienna are the ones that you use up quickest. Yeah. What's your favorite green? Agent XP. Piemontite became like my mixing brown. It was actually really nice. And you know what? I do think, as I look at this, I'm like, I feel like the camera's at an angle and it looks like this. Because as I was looking at this, I was like, this is not what my painting looks like. It's like this. So it's tilted a bit. Oh, friends. I'm going to have to go to bed. Aren't I? I do hope that you have enjoyed this live stream though, and that you found it interesting and fun. And hold on, I want to make sure that everything is fine on the setup before I say bye. But yeah, if you have any questions, by all means feel free to ask. even if you're watching on the replay, by all means feel free to join in the conversation, ask questions down below in the comments and let me know. I'm kind of curious to know if I'm going to change my mind. I don't hate it. I don't want to return it. It's just not what I expected or my favorite. It is more muted, but that's the thing. If everything was the same, life would be boring, wouldn't it? So this is going to be perfect for someone. It's just not perfect for me. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind liking the video, I would appreciate that. And if you want to join my art membership and paint together and be part of this community, then by all means, please feel free to join. I have linked it in the description. Like I said, there's been like a massive growth recently, which has been really amazing. And I don't know why. And part of me is like, maybe I'm just better at explaining it. Or I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily that, because I still don't feel like I can fully explain what it is. Or what exactly everything that I offer. But I can only say that if you enjoy this community, you'll enjoy it even more. And that obviously, thanks to the support of members, I'm able to continue making videos and paying my bills and eating food and, you know, wild things like eating. So, yeah, and also just like staying inspired, which I think is the main thing. And that's the thing that I kind of shared, that I'm not creating that many YouTube videos, but my passion for painting hasn't gone, and my passion for creating art hasn't gone. I feel very inspired to keep creating, and that is because of the membership. You love Daniel Smith's green, gold, sap green, and Roman Szmal autumn green. I love those as well. I don't use green gold as much, I must admit, but Daniel Smith's sap green is one of my favourite greens, as is Roman Szmal's autumn green. Varies depending on the palette. I haven't tried Holbein's leaf green. Oh, it makes us extroverts, you think? And here I am like, am I an introvert? Am I an extrovert? I don't know. I feel like the thing that muddies the waters is that I'm not shy. And for that, I'm grateful, because sometimes I do get shy. Oddly enough, when I've got shy, I know I'm the worst at saying goodbyes. You know, if it's not a 20-minute goodbye, is it even me? But the few times that I've got shy, it's been very, very unpleasant. I don't know how people do it. But it's always been, or usually been, with artists. I was getting shy around artists, and I kind of felt like I was an imposter, and I couldn't say that I was an artist as well. And God forbid, if they asked to see my artwork, I'd be like, oh no, like I would just completely, like Peter, deny that I can paint or had even seen paint or anything like that. I was just very, very shy and like, oh no, don't look at me, and don't, which is very different to my usual countenance. And it's also odd because obviously I have this channel, I'm sharing my art all the time, and yet when I would meet artists face to face, I felt so shy. So yeah, it was a new experience, which slowly with time I'm getting out of, thank goodness. Oh, good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Linda. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jude. But anyway, yeah, thank you all for being here, and I will chat to you next time. Have a lovely day, a lovely week ahead, and thank you all for being awesome humans. Bye.